Hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage of the second FIDE Grand Prix, one of three events used to determine two more players that will qualify for the candidates tournament and thereby have the chance to become the challenger of world champion Magnus Carlsen, should he choose to defend his title. My name is Gustafsson. I am delighted to be back with Peter Svidler. But I think before we get to chess business as usual, we have to say a few words about the current situation. And
specifically, I think I have to say a few words. And I did ask. The idea for this show being this show in this format was we kind of agreed to do this, I think, in January, and then about a week ago I asked Jan and Satiris and by extension the people in charge if they actually wanted to have a Russian commentator here on stream in view of what's going on. So I appreciate still being here, and obviously the topic is not going away. So let's at least get some things stated live on air so that I don't have to return to it. I do not agree with the war my country is waging in Ukraine. I do not believe Ukraine or Ukrainian people are my enemies or anybody's enemies. And that I think should cover most of the immediate important things. I understand still having a Russian commentator on this is a bit weird, but at least I can, at least one thing I can do is to sort of nail my position down so that there will be no questions, at least about where I stand.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Peter. It's very strange for all of us. Obviously, for you, the situation is even weirder, but also just to do chess commentary while I'm checking the news that there's just been 10 people killed because some building in Kharkiv has been bombed, and I don't know, the news are coming in every minute. Obviously, this, is horrible. And speaking for myself, okay, it's very, very easy for me to say I do not agree with the Russian invasion and I support the people of Ukraine. Hope. I don't even know what to hope for. It's a very sad situation.
Yeah, that is our problem.
The other question is obviously, if we should do this show with Peter, and it wasn't my call at all. But at the end of the day, to me, Peter is Peter. He's Russian, but this doesn't feel like the place to sanction people. Peter has been my friend for 15 years. We all know where he stands. Obviously, it's a very, very tricky situation for him to deal with being here. And I don't have any answers. It's very, very sad. We'll try to focus on the chess show, and hopefully you can understand that this is a weird situation. So chess.
Yeah, we are very well known for talking only about chess on this show. So let's do that. Second leg of the Grand Prix. Lots at stake. There's also implications in that with what's going on. But as things stand, obviously, Hikaru won the first one, beating Levon in the final. I think clearly two of the best players of the first leg met in the finals, and Hikaru won that final. And I think both of them mathematically are very heavily favored to get into the candidates tournament, which is supposed to be held later this year. But this is a fresh field. Neither Hikaru nor Levon are playing in this one, so this is a field full of people who would very much like to get some points on the board. For I think a number of players here, this will be the last leg. Obviously, there's only everybody in the tournament is playing 2 out of 3, or at least this is how it was supposed to be before COVID and lots to watch and lots to enjoy.
Yep. We don't have Nakamura and Levon, so I will have to figure out, first of all, who's eligible to play in tournament 2 and 3 and who already played in 1. Because I guess if you played in 1 and you didn't score a lot of points, it's going to be rough to make one of the 2 spots, right?
Well, winning the entire leg gives you an amount of points which really propels you very much towards the top of the standing. So even people who got almost no points or no points from the first leg can still become, hot favorites to join Hikaru, for instance, if they win the second leg. But yeah, solid performances over 2 legs are much to be preferred, of course.
What do we have today? We have Grishuk against Andrejkin. Grishuk, in the first event, he was taking a lot of chances, which I guess is his approach. If he feels he can optimize his chances mathematically by playing whatever the King's Indian, playing sharply, he will do that, not caring if he finishes 3rd or 4th or 5th. But does he sometimes overdo it? Usually when I see him in chance-taking mode, it doesn't go well with black when he does something super risky.
Yeah, it's unclear whether it was the correct call for the first leg. I think for the second leg, considering he didn't qualify and didn't even get second in the group in the first one, he absolutely needs to go. Then again, yeah, I wanted to say he absolutely needs to go all in, but it doesn't really matter if you win the group with +3 or +2. Or
exactly, it just has to need his group.
Yeah. So yeah, I very much take your point on board. It's he only really started playing the very, very risky things in rounds, I think 5 and 6, and that basically completely derailed his campaign when he lost to Hikaru. I think that was round 5 of the pool. But yeah, shouldn't really be required. But then again, we started discussing the Grand Prix during the VIDE coverage, I believe, and my quote about expecting play to be very cautious and people to not take very many risks, it kind of got somewhat widely circulated, and it got to Grishuk, and I think he addressed it during one of the press conferences during Berlin, and said that he thinks I'm incorrect and he thinks it's the wrong approach. And that was also, I think, clearly visible in how he approached it himself, so that it's not just him generating sound bites. He firmly believes I was just not correct on this. So we probably will see very similar strategies from him again.
We have liftoff. There are so many games, but would it be right to start anywhere other than Anish Giri?
Anish Giri against the best Tash in the business, apparently.
Best Tash?
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Apparently Amin is sporting a proper pirate handlebar or something. He's grown out his facial hair to absolutely...
Oh, it's short for... I'm slow, I don't speak English anymore. It's mustache.
Yeah.
Oh.
I haven't
seen any recent Tabatabai pictures.
Yeah, I have seen some tweets on the topic. I haven't actually seen the mustache, but the tweets were very, very impressed. The Twitterers and the people who tweet, those wonderful, wonderful people.
Gotta love those people. Anish with the white pieces plays the Italian. And I don't know. I must have talked about this position a bit, saying black is a choice between committing to castle, starting with d6. If you castle, you still have the option of going d5, but if you go d6, bishop g5 becomes a bit trickier. Blah, blah, blah. But I did notice a recent thing that they start castling without going c3, and some people start playing rook to e1 or h3 here. There seems to be a bit of a trend, maybe because these c3, d5 positions at this point are so far explored that people feel they can't win here anymore.
Yeah, I guess they're trying to very heavily disincentivize playing the fast d5 lines, right? That would be the only explanation to my eyes. It might still work, though. Like I'm so used to d5 working in every single position here that I wouldn't be surprised if you can actually still do it. And yeah,
this is a move. I've played this.
Yeah, he does it. He does it anyway. E5, knight d5, rook e1. I'm guessing knight b6, although I'm not entirely sure.
Or at least what I played is bishop e6 here. There are
also that. Yeah, also that. But yeah, Anish obviously very well booked up and never does anything in the opening without having a very clear understanding of what he's aiming for and what the end goals are.
Very much so. Knight takes d5. And yeah, rook e1 is what they do. I think I looked at knight c3 here as well, but it wasn't exactly winning. Let's see what Anish does. We do have, how many games is it? We have running 8?
Yeah, eight per day until the semis start, yeah.
That's a lot of ground to cover. Shall we just talk about the Anish game?
Pretty much, yeah. In particular, since there, at least you know something. Like I have seen this structure before, when and you might actually have some hard knowledge. So, you know.
I do know. Hang on. How's this trick? You can blunder a piece here somehow, which I've come very close to doing.
Is this the Levon game? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also trying to remember how it went. Yeah. It's like bishop b3, bishop b6, and then c4, c5.
I know c4 wins at some point. It's here. Yeah. That could very well be.
Yeah, I think they got here via a different move order, right? But Levon just played d3, d4 in this position against, or Sergey against Levon. Which color was that?
And Levon was black. He missed it.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that was the Karakin Aronian game in FIDE some years back, around 2016-ish. I'm guessing.
Time flies when you're studying Italian.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, he ended up winning anyway, despite not picking up a full piece by move 11 somehow. Well, not a full piece. You do get some pawns for it, but
anyway, that's best to be avoided. But let's see what Anish has in store. We do have other games, unfortunately. Let's do a quick tour. I always enjoy seeing this move, which is no longer a surprise. It might be the main move or the main move next to short castles by now. But I still like seeing it.
Yeah.
Bishop b5 check. So far, so good. Knight d7. And now bishop to a4. How do you explain this to a beginner, to a Zugzwangteilnehmer, who we teach they should bring their pieces out, occupy the center, not move a piece twice? Why bishop to a4?
We are preparing to, we're expecting a7, a6 to happen at some point if we leave the bishop on b5. And we would like to play c4 in response, but if we play c4 straight away, black might decide not to play a6. So we're kind of trying to finesse it a little bit by removing the bishop from the line of fire, so to speak, earlier. And I think in most cases, the idea is to meet a6 with c4 now. And as you can see, knight f6, white does not even pretend to protect the pawn on e4, goes castles.
There's some tricks here. I know tricks. Rook e1, knight goes back, pawn to d4, and I know two tricks. One is here, here we take, and we win.
Pretty much win straight up, yeah.
And the other trick is if they take on d4 and they go e6, which looks natural enough as well, we are also very close to winning. Knight b5. Black cannot really cover this pawn without receiving a lot of problems. d5, there's bishop f4, knight can't move. So yeah, black best not take that pawn short.
Yeah, I think if you play a6 now and white actually does go c4, I have a feeling you can actually take on e4 here and not lose. Because the inclusion of a6 and c4, for instance, takes away that option of knight b5 that you were just talking about. I have a feeling this position actually is much more playable for black. I've looked at this even somewhat recently, but obviously all of these things like completely all mailed in my head. Like there was this game that Magnus played against Radek Wojtaszek in the World Cup, and then in the same World Cup I played something along these lines against Nikita Vityugov, and ended up kind of following Magnus's lead and eventually winning the game. But that may not have been exactly the same move order. Move orders are no longer my friend.
Sorry to hear. We'll see what Sam Shanklin, the 2018 US champion, decides to do. A6, clearly a move, so I guess it's G6 or E6. I think recently they've mainly been playing some position once again.
I think maybe it's
a move order.
64, right? It's somewhere like that, yeah.
This is what they've been doing. And yeah, sometimes there's some clumsy looking bishop b3 that has to be played early, but still is sort of hedgehog structure. So white is willing to pay a bit of a price to get this. We will see and wait what happens. Etienne Bacrot, for many a year, world-class player, has dropped a little in rating recently, but of course remains formidable opponent. I'm reading my microphone is a little hot. Are there issues? Anything I can do?
What is this like? You've clicked away from it, but what was that Queen D3 thing that you just put on my screen? How do they play Queen D3 in every single position now? That should not be allowed. Like, why?
It's a thing.
It clearly is a thing, but
this position fairly well known. The two main moves, knight db5 and knight takes c6. a3 nowadays is sort of mainstream as well. Stopping bishop b4. But queen d3, I guess I've seen it before. Once again, hard to explain. Back to back, bishop to a4, and queen to d3 here. Maybe everything they taught us was wrong. You can just do whatever in chess. You don't have to develop pieces.
Yeah, that does seem to be That does seem to be the most plausible explanation here. You know, our life has been a lie, and nothing is out of bounds anymore. Nikita doesn't seem to be very shocked by this. Like d5, e5, knight b4 specifically is not a reaction of somebody who has never seen this position before, and neither is 1:30 on the clock somehow. Which is, you know, queen d3 surprised me quite a bit, but people being prepared for queen d3 is maybe even more of a shocker here.
Let me just switch on engine to see how high on the list queen d3 is. But I can only show 2 lines here. I won't make 2. Yeah.
d5 is clearly the correct response. Yeah, but it's just that, you know, queen d3 has to be on your radar for at some point for you to click around and figure out what to do against it. And yeah, I really have to wonder just how high up it is, with knight db5 being obviously a good move machine won't hate. Knight takes e6, I assume machine won't hate. I'm very much on board with playing a3, as you mentioned. I actually do quite like a3 in this position. So yeah, it has to be quite low down, but people are thorough, and by people I mean other people.
Nikita goes for the counter. Queen g3 is what the engine showed, and again, I'm guessing it's some theoretical line leading to a not very Sicilian structure.
Yeah, we'll look
they are familiar with.
Slightly French, I would guess. Yeah.
Speaking of queen d3,
everywhere, just everywhere.
Beat it. This, I think, Magnus played once against Niels Grandelius, and I believe this is not first-hand information, but second-hand information that there he said, "Get me some stupid move on move 6 against the Najdorf." That's what he was given. But now it's a big thing.
Yeah, I mean, we've given the speech, right? Basically, I think every single stupid move in this position that you can think of, apart from rook b1, which really is completely stupid. Like, rook g1 is a serious move these days. I think rook g1 actually made a very serious return recently. Rook b1 you just can't justify, but apart from that, and maybe b2, b4 has not really been tried by a strong player. Everything else has very much been tried recently. So
we're missing. Usually, I miss one when I do these arrows, but it's hard to think of. Oh, knight b3, knight e2.
Yeah, no, yeah, you are. Yeah, very purposely leaving out the two I mentioned, which are completely ridiculous. But yeah, everything else appears to be very playable. I myself played b2, b3 after I think Magnus played it against me, and then I played it against Hoifan in one of the online events last year. It's a fun move. It probably doesn't equalize, but it's a fun move. And yeah, Queen d3 these days is just absolutely, you know.
And Lucas van Forays, if you're watching, Rook b1. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, and apparently we're missing King e2 and King d2. Yeah, those two.
No, I was only listing like legit options played by grandmasters, not legal moves.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the line I know. Finally. Mamedyarov. Also not exactly great in the let's explain a beginner how chess is supposed to be played. h4.
Yeah, you can sort of explain this, I would guess. Yeah, like we've kind of given up on developing normally, so we would very much like to have the option of going Rook h3 at some point later in the game. Although that concept for you know a proper beginner will be slightly advanced, I would guess. Yeah, but it's compared to the Queen d3s of this world, this is just, I think, absolutely mainline. Might actually be the main
after h4. If I passed here, what's your next move?
I'm guessing c4. I'm guessing like if you legit pass, I'm saying it's a very useful move for all of my c4 lines. I'm going back to the official theory with c4, or maybe knight g2, but I'm guessing c4 is more logical against a pass.
So why not c4?
Because it's a forced draw. I think this is the issue. Not that I don't think h4 is better than a forced draw. I'm not saying it is a forced draw. I'm not saying it's better than a forced draw, but it might not be a forced draw, which I think has some value in and of itself.
Yeah, black has a lot of options here. f6, d6, queen e6. Queen e6, very much one of the main moves. Knight to d2. Here's c4. I guess you cannot go bishop a6 cd. That's
I think they go knight b6 here, yeah, and just and then start undermining the center.
Well, there's some trick. Maybe you could check. No,
maybe you can go. Yeah, maybe you can give a check here.
Knight f4 is coming.
I was also looking at some excuses not to play a normal move here. But yeah, Queen e6 is specifically played with exactly the idea that Shah is now showing of just following it up with d7, d6. And if white goes e6, black very often just completely, accepts the fact that there will be pawns on c7 and c6, but wants to develop the pieces as quickly as possible. So normally you see just bishop takes e6 as a reply. In before Shah, of course, improves his pawn structure and captures toward the center, and also, all of the things we were taught you're supposed to do in these types of positions. But I really do expect bishop takes e6 with like very quick, an idea of a quick finishing development very quickly and playing on the open files in the center, while white is kind of faffing about and not doing anything at all.
Yeah, this is a big line. There were some games, I would guess, from the world's best players, actually. Probably some Nepomniachtchi games, some Kramnik games, even here. After bishop takes d6, black is supposed to be fine. But if this is the best black can do, then you might try this with white every now and then. No, if black is a little inaccurate, he might remain with weak pawns. But yeah, move by move, computers show this.
Yeah, computers are very, very happy with this with black. Yeah, I've looked at this recently, and I think I can't remember if it was for myself or for somebody else, but I was looking for something to play for one game. And yeah, this kind of came up, and I spent like an hour clicking just sort of the most topical things an unprepared player will play against this. But I mean, once again, by unprepared, I mean a reasonably strong player who's aware of the trends but hasn't looked at it recently. And even against the most like straightforward, the most topical replies, machine just is extremely happy with black.
Yeah, computer not all that impressed here. All right. I'm not sure if, Shah Mamedyarov, Shahryar, I should say. Mamedyarov playing mainstream openings. is no longer really news. He's just become a well-prepared, universal top player who still has a bit of a sick liking for pushing G4 in any position. But other than that, it's not like with black against E4, he will not know what to do and play some Spanish sideline. He's just well prepared.
Yeah. I've been trying to calculate, as we were talking about this, I've been trying to calculate if I can go bishop b4, check c3, knight c3. Haven't really come to a proper conclusion because white, I think, goes takes a3. And sometimes you lose material in those positions, but I couldn't quite calculate it out. Because long castles, for instance, is a move here. Which probably means black is just completely fine, right? If I can play long castles here, it's hard to imagine this being a problem for black, I'm guessing. Although, hang on, no, bishop e3, we can actually continue the line here. Because, yeah, I was planning to go bishop c4, bishop a5, but now with the bishop on e3, we can actually go b takes and king e2, because a1 is protected. No, I mean after bishop c4, bishop a5. So how do I actually keep the material with black? Interesting. Obviously, none of this is forced. You can just ignore it. You don't really have to play bishop before check. I assume even just castling is probably fine because of the development advantage that we have as black. But I was very interested in making this work.
You take directly? How bad is this?
Yeah, bishop c4, bishop d2, and I couldn't quite find a way to justify it.
We're stuck.
It's again, yeah, it looks like we're stuck, yeah. Yeah, and Shah just goes bishop c5, is not interested in any of this foolishness. Also a very logical move, because I think as white, you would very much like to... Your easiest way to castle here as white would be to go something like bishop d2 long castles. And by putting the bishop on c5, we're saying this will probably cost you the f2 pawn. So yeah, a very logical move.
Rapport has just decided the only opening he will play now in every game is the queen c2 Nimzo. It's a bit of a shift, but it's also surprising because usually people that play the queen c2 Nimzo, this is the Nimzo Indian, the queen c2. It's one of the oldest mainlines, so-called Capablanca variation. But usually they play it every now and then as a surprise weapon because most people, at least I thought, had more or less given up trying to find advantage after d5 or after castles, either a3 takes d5.
Yeah.
Or e4, d5. This you see sometimes played as a memory test surprise. Sometimes white has a new idea. But Rapport playing this every single game is, yeah, it's noteworthy.
Absolutely. And also people not really...
People don't really go d5 here either, or on move forward here.
Or at least not as much as I would have expected, yeah, because for me, who doesn't play this position with either color, at some point it started looking like d5 is kind of solved, and that black is just demonstrably fine everywhere. But, you know, Rapport isn't doing this to make a draw in 15 moves and go away, because, yeah, as we've described, you are, you know, white games in a 4-people double round robin, white games are incredibly valuable, and pretty sure he's not just doing this to have a short day.
No, he's had games here, and it seems like d5, bishop g5, the quote-unquote solution is dc b6. White can ask some questions, try to get a little something here with rook d1. So recently we've seen sharper things here like the c5, dc, d4, but there's also not exactly the way to kill the game. It just leads to a very, very messy position, which Richard clearly doesn't seem to mind. So Fedosseev goes back to the old line. This is the 90s. b6, bishop g5, then bishop b7, and white chooses between f3, e3, knight h3, knight f3. Those were the days.
Yeah. I I had some training camps to do specifically with this position in the either the good old or the bad old days when we were working quite a bit with Evgeny Bareyev, and this was the height of fashion then. It really isn't the height of fashion now, but at some point this was played in every second game seemingly that started with an IMSO, and yeah, those were very interesting positions to analyze. Very intricate, very, very hard to understand all the move orders and all the different structure changes possible. Rook e8 feels... Is this how you're supposed to play this these days? Looks a bit weird to me.
I've never seen Rook e8. This position I used to spend a lot of time on. This might be something very modern, but yeah, d6, knight bd7, with or without h6, usually without actually, but has been the way to go with the occasional outing for d5. But here I think d5 cd probably works for. So no, Rook e8 is news to me. Just before we continue, I see a lot of questions in the chats why we don't have cameras. Simple answer is we do not have rights to the cameras for this tournament on Chess24. We do have rights for the FIDE events, so you will have cameras for the candidates tournament and so on, and obviously in the Chess24 tournaments like the Champions Chess Tour. But here in these tournaments run by World Chess, we do not have any access to the cameras. Therefore, it's just us talking about chess moves. I of course understand if you guys would prefer to see the players. Can't do it. We're not allowed to. We would love to see them too.
Yeah. There's been a couple of games we haven't really spoken about at all, and in particular, something that is somewhat dear to my heart is the game between MVL and Predke, in which Predke has just played something very, very unusual. This is sort of the classical Zaitsev. I've played the Zaitsev against MVL myself on the black side, did not enjoy the experience. He actually is shock horror MVL good at the white side of the Spanish. Stop the presses. But yeah, I think he has a very solid understanding of what to aim for, and also knows quite a bit. And Predke has, on the surface of things, on moves 15 and 16, basically just gave away a full tempo in a line which wasn't really supposed to be very easy for black anyway. But he's doing it at such a speed that, clearly he knows something. We should probably, after the passionate speech about the Zaitsev, we should probably start from move 1 and show what the Zaitsev is.
No, let me talk. Yeah, let's do that. And then I want to talk to my friends in chat for a bit. So the Zaitsev is in this position. First of all, it's weird to see anybody playing d6 because you can castle and then play d5 later, which it seems like 90% of top players have started doing. But of course, the old lines are still around and after d6, c3. I said you can castle. Not sure I can do. Castles, h3. I think the Breyer has lost a bit of popularity. The Chigorian certainly has lost a lot of popularity. But the Zaitsev, which is this, either starting with rook e8 or starting with bishop b7, d4, rook e8, is still standing and the most popular of these lines after you commit it to d6. The basic idea is to put pressure on the e4 pawn quickly enough not to allow the standard knight maneuver, knight bd2, knight f1, knight to g3, often by moving the bishop to f8. I'm reading that I have a strange fetish for arrows. Usually I do these arrows to explain what pieces could go where, and sometimes some people also aren't that familiar with chess notation like knight b2, knight f1, knight g3. So I tried to illustrate it with the arrows. But if it's a big turnoff for you that we don't have the cameras and I do too many arrows, it's gonna be a rough show to watch. So Zaitsev, good, bad, mediocre?
I've always had a soft spot for it. I played a lot of it in my younger years. It was very much my sort of main repertoire opening as a teenager on the black side of the Spanish. And then I kind of stopped when I discovered the joys of Marshall, which makes the draw by much more force. But still play it every now and again. I think it probably is just as everything else is. I think these days the assumption is the opening is fine if you're prepared to invest enough machine hours into it. Applies, I think, to most openings these days. But yeah, Zaitsev being fine would not shock me.
A3, H6, Bishop C2, Knight B8 also looks a bit odd at first sight. But this knight on C6 not being too well placed in Spanish positions. Not exactly news. And this, Rook C8, I might have seen Rook C8, clearly not the main move.
I have a feeling this is
C5, more common. Is this normal? Knight B6 also move,
I think Rook C8 is actually something they do. It's specifically replying to A4 with Rook C8 that is so kind of shocking, because we've just committed to a square for this rook, and we've provoked, quote unquote provoked a move which definitely isn't a bad move for white in any of the Spanish structures, and now we are suddenly adjusting to put the rook back on b8. But black does need to, like, when white plays a4 in these types of Zaitsev/Breyer structures, and I have seen a comment in chat saying that basically Breyer and Zaitsev are all kind of one opening in people's minds, and I think that's fair. There's a lot of overlap and a lot of very, very similar positions. When white plays a4 in these types of structures, they very much want to follow it up by playing bishop c2, d3, provoking, or at least hoping to provoke c7, c6, which dulls the counterplay against the e4 pawn. And by putting the rook on b8, Predke maybe somewhat hints at not being very happy with the idea of playing c7, c6 and having some other reply to bishop d3, even though I'm not sure what that reply is. Would be very curious to see if MVL sort of calls him on the quote-unquote bluff here and does play bishop d3 anyway. I'm very curious what the supposed improvement is.
Yeah, we shall find out. So far, looking at the openings, there's a lot of quote-unquote fighting openings, a lot of Sicilians, a lot of slow Spanishes not trying, or one slow Spanish, not trying to make a quick draw. Then we have this Italian where Anish just unleashed the B pawn.
Yeah, this is quite striking.
Anish does not go rook e1 at all. Probably
he just completely ignored
all
of that, and
knight b2, bishop e6. If memory serves, I didn't want bishop e6 here, but some move like king h8 maybe. Does that make sense? I can't recall, but I think I wanted something else here. Probably this, and then being able to move the f pawn. But yeah, he plays bishop e6, knight e4, bishop b6. What is this?
And b4, yeah, and I mean, knight d4, bishop takes e6, f e6. I can understand what the compensation is supposed to be. This one is sort of easy. The hard level question here, the hard mode is, what's the plan against knight c takes b4? And this one I so far have absolutely zero solution to. I have no idea what Anish means here. Might be something to do with, I just don't know. Some kind of a combination of bishop a3, c3, knight fg5, but I have no idea.
Anish, what do you want?
Yeah, chat is saying knight cb4, knight fg5, but I kind of guessed that just because, there has to be an explanation, and it probably is something quite sharp and tactical, but I still don't quite understand why provoking knight cb4 is so horrible here, and why it's like, if knight fg5 is so strong here, why wasn't it playable on the previous move, for instance? All of this is very mystifying. Like, why luring the knight away from the c6 square here is such a huge achievement that it's it's worth a full pawn.
If we go back, is there a threat?
Yeah, we can give a perpetual, right? Oh, maybe even not even that. Maybe I saw a perpetual.
Wondering if we can.
I became very excited because perpetuals are what we leave for. But there is bishop f5 there. Yeah, that's the perpetual. But then I realized in this position you can play bishop f5, and maybe there is no perpetual at all. And I became very sad again.
That'd be rough.
Yeah. So kind of an interesting test for Amin, because I think it's fair to say he's been surprised by the move before. He's been playing very quickly up until then, but this is news to him, unsurprisingly.
Could it be that Anish wanted to play b3 and then he just slipped?
You know, the opposite of not having enough porridge in the morning. Yeah, maybe when he's overdone the porridge and is pushing the pawns way too far.
Unlikely.
Nobody overdoes the porridge.
I've seen Anish at breakfast. There's not a lot of porridge intake.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was probably not my most plausible theory.
I have a question. Porridge, does that apply only to oatmeal with water, which sounds weird to me, or is oatmeal with milk also porridge?
Definitely still porridge in Russia. I don't know whether like the dictionary definition will only be water-based.
Because recently I saw that something water-based was called porridge, and not combining oatmeal with milk seems so strange to me.
Yeah, no, the ones I make for breakfast, they are very much milk-based.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Thanks, chat. I get very worried. Where shall we go? We have a lot of goofy positions like this.
Yeah.
Shirov, back to 2691. He was down to like 2650 for a bit, or I think even lower, but he's really, picked it back up. And
yeah, he's had a number of very good tournaments, and in particular, he just absolutely shone in the Riga Grand Swiss, where for majority of the tournament he was playing the very, very top boards and was in the running for, if not for that, the Alireza of being Alireza, he would have potentially been in the running for winning the whole thing. So yeah, very much enjoying Alexei having a resurgence. He's obviously one of the more exciting players of the last, 50 years.
So knight b7 looks logical enough as an answer to queen d3. Then again, the knight is now on d7, not on c6. It's a drawback. Should be 2, b5.
Yeah, it's an interesting sequence of like pretending we're planning to go knight c5 and then not going knight c5 at all. But maybe we weren't even pretending all that much. Maybe this is what queen d3 is trying to provoke, some kind of an overreaction. The queen is out, we must gain tempi by attacking it, by misplacing our own pieces, and yeah, just queen e3, and we haven't really achieved anything, I guess. Yeah, e5, knight b3, and white is quite happy. Yeah, I'm still somewhat surprised by what Alexei is doing, because Vidit's reaction is very logical and does look like these types of positions are, I think, the way you misplay these types of Sicilians. Like you overcommit with some kind of b5 play and you get heavily punished on the queen side by a4 and knight d5 in some order, just completely destroying your queen side, and it's sometimes difficult to recover from those, but we'll see.
Also, opening wise, just curious, Shirov, has he been playing knight off recently? Like, I still think of him as an e5 and then bishop c5 guy.
Yeah, exactly. His success in the Grand Swiss, I think, was very much built on the back of even winning some games against very strong opposition in the, whatever it is that we're calling it these days, the Müller, Yurtayev, Arkhangelsk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that group of openings. He won some very nice games on the black side of it, and also held some games like he drew against MVL in a very topical line there, and I think definitely won one and maybe even 2 games with black in that opening. So yeah, I think Vidi probably had every right to expect e4, e5, but of course, over the course of his career, Alexei probably played just about everything against 1e4.
So this is the position, knight d5. Is this winning the queen? Not quite, is it?
Yeah, it looks very dangerous, but might not actually be winning because of, specifically knight. I guess knight d5 is more forcing. Although you might not enjoy the the resulting positions. Yeah, after play, I don't know, knight, some kind of a move, maybe even queen c3. But yeah, was not...
I'm very sharp today.
Yeah, was not played. Alexei did not allow c6, played bishop b7. And now a4. My question is, after a4, if black just goes ba4, are we just sacrificing that exchange? I have a feeling Vidit will just play rook takes a4 in some fashion here.
Never.
Allowing knight c5 and just giving up some material.
Someone did something, once again, amazing memory display. Someone did something similar recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean Kasparov, Shirov, 19.
Yeah, that's the one we all remember. But there was a recent game which looked stunningly similar to Kasparov Shirov, but was from a completely different opening, because that was actually a Sveshnikov, and that recent game I think maybe was an Idorf, but it wasn't this line.
Yeah, it was similar.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's gonna take and play f3 and be a dull grinder, claiming I weaken your queen side. Now I shall recapture this pawn and then put pressure on a6 for the next 50 moves.
People are saying bananas and porridge are like Vilk, and now I'm kind of doubly offended. I feel like, springing the topic of Vilk on me in the first 40 minutes of this show is already kind of not great, but also bananas and porridge are perfectly fine, more than fine.
Should I know what Vilk is, or is this
Didn't we? Hang on a second. Didn't we spend the entirety, like, this is some kind of very intricate gaslighting going on here.
No, is this my vodka milk recipe?
Yeah.
Call that Vilk?
Yeah.
Oh.
We've spent like a month discussing.
I understand, but I wasn't aware we named it Vilk. I'm Googling Vilk as we speak, and there's some almond and cashew milk. Apparently it's called Vilk, because it's also used for vegan milk.
Ah, okay. No, not what is being meant here, definitely, no.
All right. Let's stick to chess. I would like to apologize for all the Vilk talk that has already happened and that is going to happen over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry about it.
And yeah, the thing you clicked on and then clicked away from has actually resolved the question I was asking, what is Predke's idea against bishop d3? And his idea is to try and make an immediate draw by pushing d6, d5. Which is a solid idea, in as much as ideas go. And
I didn't listen. Which one?
Predke, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I think here the point of the rook on b8, in as much as I can tell at extremely short notice, is that if white, let's say, goes ed5, we go ed4. White, let's say, takes on e8 and goes c4. We can now go bc4, bc4, bishop takes d5. Which wouldn't have been an option with the rook on c8, obviously, but is an option with the rook on b8. That's my
deep stuff.
Yeah, that's my first approximation of why the rook is on b8 in this line. Though the idea of not playing c6 and actually pushing d6, d5 as a reply to bishop d3 has existed for donkey's years, is very, very topical, and when it works for black, it does immediately equalize. So yeah, showing sort of a very good understanding of the pedigree of the line, so to speak. Here, Alexander.
One of these things about these d6, d5, though, in all these structures, is they always look tempting, and usually 95% of the times they don't work as well as you would like them to. Because you check them in every legal position, thinking, oh, this might just equalize. And usually they don't. I don't know how it is here, but at least that's my somewhat limited, but not that limited experience with all these structures. More often than not.
Yeah.
Still some annoyance.
But here it might be fine, honestly, because we do have to consider, although by playing rook c8 and then rook b8 back, we've negated that. But I wanted to say, compared to, let's say, the normal Briars or the normal Zaitsevs, white played a4 into Tempe by starting with a3 and move 12 and then pushing a4 later. But yeah, black gave that tempo away by the weird rook shuffle. Still, 129, right. 129 on the clock.
How do you equalize? ED5.
ED4.
Takes, queen takes.
Yeah.
They just take pawn.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to play some kind of a gambit here, like bishop takes d5, I would guess.
Take.
Here I think I'm reasonably happy after c4. Like we get a kind of the first appearance of the term martial compensation is about to happen, right? c5, bishop d7, queen d7, just claim this as a martial.
Yeah, hard to argue.
Knight b5 bugs me a little bit more, yeah, because I wanted to play, maybe it still works actually. Let's go knight c5 or knight e5. I don't know which one is stronger. I assume knight c7 is, actually it's not here. You can play bishop f1 here or something, yeah. My point was if you play knight c7, I wanted to go queen c6, knight d5, knight d3, knight f6, queen f6, and claim that maybe no, knight e4 exists. Sad panda. Sad panda. Okay, back to the drawing board after knight b5, I guess. I don't really know. I see a young player with 129 on the clock, and I just assume that...
No, I'm not questioning this as preparation. Yeah. I was just trying to back up my claim that often this is still tricky. But he probably has it all figured out.
Is there a world... Exactly, is there a world where knight takes d5 will work?
I don't know.
But that already looks...
Knight e5, then...
There's some knight c3, but... Yeah, even that, I'm not so sure how happy we are after, let's say, queen c2 in this position. Although we do have, but also we can go d5 without trading the knights, and we can also go takes b5, which maybe bugs me the most. Just a very, very pragmatic move on the not allowing any kind of knight jumps. Yeah, we'll see, because e takes d5 remains, I think, the one way for white to try and achieve something. Because if you go d5 or knight e5 in these types of positions, you normally don't achieve anything at all.
Yep. Agreed. Don't know how it works, but usually that swaps.
Somehow it does. Yeah. It just ends up being fine. And here I think knight e4 simply, and after everything gets taken, and then knight c5 rook d4 there. Yeah. Still don't know how, but. Assumption is it's okay.
There's a debate if Prix is still young. He's young to us. He's like, I don't know, 27, 28. Born, He's in that neighborhood. So to us, he's a very, very young player. He's also one of the best Alexanders in the world. I'm not sure if people are aware of that.
He's 28. Did you check briefly?
Who do you think the top Alexanders are out there? Because this is a topic I study.
Alexander is sort of working today, not the
highest rated Alexanders.
In all fields of human endeavor, or
no, in chess.
Okay. So one of them is playing in the tournament, right?
Two
of them are playing in the tournament, and then we get I keep on blanking on these things.
We're gonna keep repeating it in different intervals, Peter, until you know these things.
I'm aware. Yeah, I'm aware that I should have gotten this down pat by this point, but I somehow.
All right, I'll tell you once more. It's Grishuk, Aroshenko,
Okay.
Kretke, Motilyov, Ryazantsev, Morozevich. Those are the top Alexanders in the world.
In that order.
Well, no, I made up the order. It's they can decide on the board order.
Yeah, and GR Costa says Dreyev. It's a common mistake to think that Alexeis and Alexanders are the same people, but they are very much not. Yeah. If I told you one is Lyosha and one is Sasha, would you think they're the same name?
Alexeis clearly don't make the team. We've had the debate about Alexandras. Like Kostenyuk doesn't make the team by rating, but there you could have a debate if Alexander and Alexandra could both make the team. Also, different spellings of Alexander are okay. Like if you spell it with K, S, so without the E and so on, that's all fine. But Alexeis clearly, they have their own team. They're pretty good.
Yeah. And the best of them is probably playing in this tournament.
I think you're correct.
Yeah, that's not a very controversial statement either. Yeah. This one we haven't
like a normal
really.
Sicilian. Boring.
Yeah, well, sort of. I assume White actually now attempts to castle queenside, but actually maybe not. It gets very tempting when Black reacts to these types of f4 bishop b3 setups to try and play queen f3 long castles, but often involves sacrificing stuff because e5 bishop g4 will be not like knight takes d5, knight takes d4 bishop d4 e5 followed by bishop g4 will be a very annoying thing to have to calculate in every move.
Oh, there's an excellent point that, of course, Goryachkina would be, if Alexandras were allowed to join the team, would be an even higher rated candidate than Kostenyuk. Very true. So I think if we, take that into account, Alexander team becomes even more powerful. We need to figure out the rules because it's unfair for teams where there is no name that corresponds to the male version and the female version. Like Team Sergei would be hurt by having Alexander's and Alexandra's team up, right?
Yeah. And Chad is saying what a blunder by Pintala. And at first I thought this must be, the Chad definition of blunder, but I don't think it is. 94 exists in this position.
Whoa.
Yeah, I honestly, I think I would have missed it if not for the Twitch chat saying blunder alert. And I think Pintala probably did miss it. I don't know why I started saying Pintala. I never call him Pintala. But yeah, 94, maybe you can go knight f6, but that probably doesn't help very much. I think even GF and then king e7 after bishop h6 check is just kind of horrible for white.
Let's back up. So takes, exchange.
Yeah. I think it's kind of auto-assume
we
black.
could recapture.
Yeah.
This is the question.
Yeah. And then bishop f2 is check, and then he takes d5 if the queen goes somewhere.
If queen goes somewhere, we just take and take. Yeah?
I think with the pawn is... I don't see a refutation for queen takes, but I think taking with the pawn is more... Like, I want to make sure the knight on e4 is never going to get attacked without trading it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we're a pawn up, and we've moved the king to f1. So yeah, probably just winning, I would assume. And Nikita is still thinking, which is kind of good news, because if you're going to autopilot the recapture here, you would have already autopiloted the recapture. So the fact that he hasn't taken on d5 yet is probably a good indication that he is considering
knight f6, intending to
I think GF,
distract this knight. GF has to be played because knight g3, this is a check. So GF,
check on king is
queen, check, king.
Probably.
And we're still in good shape.
Yeah, I think we're still taking on f2 with check next move, and then playing either queen c6 or f6, f5, or whatever it is that you're choosing there. Large advantage for black. Yeah, kind of a very dramatic mistake by Harry, it would seem, but a one you can make because with the king on f8 and black not really well developed, and white, not really having committed any sins against development rules, you don't expect to be punished for offering a knight trade in the center.
Then again, he hadn't castled yet. You got to castle or be forced to play king of 8. Those are the options. It is odd. And Nikita, he will figure it out.
Yeah, I think it's likely. He hasn't played it yet, because I think on some level you check it for longer than you would have with some other tactics, just because like it feels so unlikely that you're suddenly doing so well on move 13 in this line. Like he's played very quickly so far. I think he kind of knew what to do against this weird queen d3 line, so he expected to equalize, and he probably did equalize, but to suddenly have to convince yourself that you're borderline winning, it does take an additional layer or two of rechecking all of your analysis.
Yeah. Where's the action? Shirov brought the action, but he might not like it.
Yeah.
What is this?
How does I've seen at least 2 versions of this, and I feel that you will be the appropriate authority to ask for clarification. How does it go? Is it don't start none, won't be one, or won't be none, or is it don't want none, won't be none?
What language is that?
English, I would say.
Is that one of these quizzes where you just say weird things and then all the words together, they do make an English sentence? Don't want none, won't be none. I don't think
that suddenly started.
Where's this coming from?
A kind of a general kind of homily / wisdom in regards to starting fights you can't finish.
Don't want one, won't be none is wisdom in regards to starting fights you can't finish? How won't be none? No, that can't be it.
So yeah, the don't start nothing, won't be nothing is the new version in chat. But
don't start nothing, won't be nothing. That one we can very much get on board with. Or is that saying that if you don't start anything, you won't amount to anything? So you should start stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm giving up on this train of. Let's be generous and call it a train of thought, even though very little thought went into it.
Yeah. So knight c5 played. The queen is under attack, but knight takes f6 is check.
I'm guessing GF. Knowing Sheriff, he's going to go for the most ambitious and like the most hardcore choice here. Also, EF queen e3 just looks worse.
Yeah.
And the queen probably goes to e3 in any case, and then you have to decide what you're doing with your life. And I'm not sure what he's intending there. Is he intending to go like e7, e5, and then take something, either a4 or e4?
Sorry.
Queen e3?
Queen e3. So GF we're expecting.
Yeah.
There have been many GFs over the years. And queen e3. What do we take?
BA maybe. It looks extremely May, but everything else looks worse to my eyes in this position. I don't know. Unless you can make e5 work, but e5 also just looks kind of horrendous.
Isn't it time to stop saying BA and to start using Mr. T? I just thought of this after all these years of chess commentary. Still finding ways to lower the bar.
Still got it.
So I have no idea. BA, what do you want? B5? F3? E4?
Yeah, F3 and then just
play BA. Bishop F3 is also legal.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we absolutely need to protect that thing. Is there a world in which B2, B4 is a good move here? Well,
he plays F3.
Yeah, I mean, let's not go overboard. Although I have a feeling b2 b4 might actually play a role in this game later, because once white maybe castles and gets the most immediate things under control, playing before a, b, c, b, and then b4 again to drive the knight away from c5 might actually be something that white wants. We'll see.
Horsey good. So playing b4, a, b, c, b, and then driving the knight away might be something white wants.
It might be.
You literally just said that.
I did say that, yes.
Mr. Dodgy is starting fights in the chat. He's saying, I strongly feel Peter gets too much credit for his English skills. Did you get any credit so far today?
No idea. I am...
Did we miss credit?
Every now and again, I take a look at chat, and it's a scarier place than usual today. So
that's understandable. But we sometimes have to revisit why you're so good at English. Because you're not a native English speaker. How did you learn?
Have to does a lot of, carries a lot of weight in that sentence. That does a lot of. We really don't have to.
I do enjoy it.
You look like a person who enjoys it, greatly.
All right, DE5 by Maxime, and that chat is not the critical move that we debated, which is ED5, but apparently it's a blunder. Why is it a blunder? Lion Ping is saying, Peter, your English is fantastically great good. Using your fantastically great good English, can you say that? Fantastically great good? Is he overstating it?
Somewhat, yeah. A tiny bit.
So why is DE5 a blunder?
I have no idea. I don't think it's a blunder. It's probably, my guess would be that the engines say that after ED5, black still has to work to equalize, and now black equalizes comfortably.
But the live engine on my screen says like -1 or something, no?
Really? That bad?
I can switch on the English. The English. I can't switch on the English, but the engine I can switch on. Whoa, DE4?
The DE4 black is better.
Black is much, much better.
94, 95 or something, yeah. We just kind of failed to equalize here with white. Yeah, because
we just bully you.
Yeah, the bishop on b2 is like way worse than the bishop on b7.
This is apparently just winning for black.
Yeah, pretty much winning for black. Yeah, this is kind of shocking how strong d4 here is. Yeah, okay. Would not have guessed, but... And
it's a valid question, though, what MVL had in mind. Like, even if this swapping down would lead to equality, why would he do that? He must have.
Yeah, it's a weird choice.
Idea.
It's a weird choice. I guess he maybe he looked properly at knight takes e5 and knight takes e4 here, which are the two most obvious replies, and he thought he's doing well against both for a given value of well, because I think they also are playable. I was trying to calculate knight e5, and then I think bishop b5, knight f3 is fine for black as far as I could tell. And if we go knight e5, rook e5, c4, I thought d takes c4 might be completely fine. Either d4 or d takes c4 I thought was maybe even more on point. And yeah, I think I'd be quite happy to sacrifice that exchange, but yeah, d4 is just very, very strong. And if FIDE, yeah, it's just a...
This looks terrible too, like this doesn't pass the eye test.
Exactly, it's really not difficult to figure out that white is, fighting for survival here, because yeah, the pawn on d3 is very much alive, and the bishop on b2 is kind of horrible, and black will soon have bishops on b7 and g7, both of which will be absolutely reigning over the entire board. Yeah, kind of a strange mistake by MVL. Yeah, Plaminus says he pulled a Zaitsev out of a hat. Yeah, that's a niche Russian language joke.
Speaking of Russian language, new robot overlord is saying Peter is eloquent. I wish I knew Russian and could hear him in that. So are you saying that even though his English is very, very good, hearing him in his native Russian would make him more, I don't even know how to pronounce eloquent. Is that what you're saying, you robot overlord?
I actually need access to that chat as well. Hang on a second. I'm missing out.
D4 played.
Yeah, D4 played, and I mean, I think it's very safe to assume that the position that was on the board before D5, D4 was still very much Predke's preparation. So you do check every capture. So he probably, very, very probably did not even need to figure out that D4 is strong. He just knows. I think it's very likely he just knows. And he is just kind of rechecking to try and understand why he suddenly is doing this well.
Your robot overlord is saying, I would like to hear his uber eloquence. I'll change my pronunciation. Eloquence in his native language. Could it be as good as your Dutch? But now you're not even making sense, new robot overlord, because I barely speak any Dutch. You're just digging yourself a deeper language hole here.
Yeah.
Peter, I think for the record, we can say that new robot overlord doesn't agree your English is that great. So he would prefer if you spoke Russian. Just he can't understand it. Therefore, he's okay with your English.
I have a feeling the Russian language segment is shelved for this tournament.
Yeah, that's for sure. And maybe I should stop alienating our mods, like trying to help us in these difficult times.
Yeah.
Pawn to f3.
Yeah. We don't currently have any threats as such with white, but something will start happening on the queen side eventually. Yeah. If MVL actually starts by losing that game to Predke, this will be quite something. Yeah.
I know, new robot overlord. I apologize.
Yeah. When people spell LOL this way, I perk up and think, well, this will have something to do with League of Legends, but probably I shouldn't really expect too much. Yeah, still kind of very curious that MVL did that.
Yeah, Maxime in trouble. Hare Krishna in trouble. So 2 players borderline lost with white after around 14 moves, having played 1 e4. Not something we see every day.
No, yeah, and yeah, in a way, it really is, not a competition. So me now trying to figure out which of the misses is more striking is kind of stupid. Both are kind of understand. I think D5, D4 is a more weird sequence to me because you do miss what Harry missed. I can very easily imagine just kind of it not crossing your mind at all that a capture in the center might not be immediately reciprocated. But when you play D5 in those types of Spanish positions, you kind of know that you have to consider all of the possible recaptures in the center. It's always a thing. And MVL is a monster on his experience and understanding of the Spanish is barely rivaled. Yeah, wanted to say unrivaled, and I thought of some rivals.
Yeah. I wouldn't let you get away with unrivaled.
Yeah, so I
let me do some more petty fighting with the chat. Because Big Gorilla is saying, I'm pretty sure Jan's only purpose here is read some good jokes from chat and asking Peter about his English. But you're wrong, Big Gorillas. Those are my 2 main purposes, but I also moderate the Twitch chat by banning people. Like, boom! I'm gonna go on a weird power tension for anybody questioning that I'm just here for reading out jokes and praising Peter's English, I'm also here for my looks.
Yes. Yes. That is, I don't think I've ever, entirely came clean on just, how much me always being ready to do these things with Jan is to do with, the eye candiness aspect of sitting next to him or even zooming next to him.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to talk about how good I look, but obviously I know my effect on men, women, internet. Hard not to notice. Maxime, on the other hand, is only now just noticing that he's in real big trouble.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a horrible feeling, no? Because he probably thought, okay, I might not be much better, but I'll take on e5. And he calculated whatever, knight takes e4 and knight takes e5. And then your opponent plays d e4 and you start thinking, weird. Okay, do this. So what do I do? EF or knight takes e4. You start thinking, you realize you're in trouble.
Yeah, and there's no longer any particularly comfortable. I mean, we know that because we've seen the evaluation, but yeah, there's just no immediate or non-immediate off ramps available. Your choices are extremely limited and very, very unfun. Is there an argument for immediately looking for some endgame to save by playing maybe bishop takes e4 here? Bishop e4, knight e4. I assume, because everything else looks fine for white. I want to go knight e4, knight e5, knight e5, and then take on d8 and play f3. And just as I say those words, I hate the resulting position so much. It's just disgusting, isn't it? It's absolutely disgusting after any normal, rook e5
choice, no?
Yeah, bishop e4 is very strong, but also f5 is good, rook e6 is good. Just don't allow c3, c4 probably, right? That's the one thing that would make white slightly happier about life. Any move that borderline prepares for c3, c4 here is going to be good. It's just a horrible endgame.
Brickster Poker is saying, is Anish's Twitter hack also a forbidden topic? It's weird. I'm not sure what topic you consider forbidden, but it's weird to put those in the same category, I would say. But no, I haven't heard any updates, and obviously there were more serious things going on in the world, so I guess the chess world also lost a bit of interest in Anish's Twitter hack. But yeah, there was this one tweet of Peter Heine needling him, or tweeting about Anish. I don't know, Magnus beat the first 25 players in the world and Anish drew the first 31, which Peter Heine is my boy, but I wasn't a big fan. In general, I think the Anish draw jokes not high on those. And then there was this reply that I'm not going to repeat, but that was very strong and surprising, that disappeared within 1 minute. And then there was the hack, or I'm not sure, maybe this was part of the hack array. I think this is the big debate, at least from what I heard, because there afterwards, a bunch of private messages were leaked and a bunch of just, insane insults were texted to, in Twitter DMs by the Anish account, and also some very weird tweets were made. And I'm not sure, Peter, how much you followed this, but I think, then there was some aftermath on Twitter, some more back and forth. It's weird. That to me, there's no question, that his account was hacked. I think the debate was now about the timeline and what was edited in these DMs that were leaked. But that's
with the other things kind of being much more important these days. I've not really kept up to date with developments such as they are. I don't know, up until the last week, people were still kind of bickering about this online, and PH was making kind of polite inquiries, and people were telling him that his polite inquiries are not very polite, and there was this entire interplay. But
yeah, somehow it became so relevant in light of what's happening.
Yeah, it's just used to be the absolute main thing in the chess Twitter, or on the chess Twitter or whatever. Yeah, but feels completely irrelevant now.
Queen b3 played by Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I mean the choices are just not great. The queen had to go somewhere. I don't know if it makes a great bit of difference. You still are playing maybe he wants to. No, I was about to say maybe he wants to play King D1, and then the madness of the words I was about to say kind of got caught up with me, and I don't think it's that. I think he wants to make sure Queen takes D5 is unplayable. I think the way to explain this is he wants to play King F1 after Bishop takes F2, and he wants to make sure the Queen takes D5 move is just completely impossible. Well, not impossible, but that he doesn't lose on the spot to it. Let's put it like this: that at least he has an endgame here, which is still very, very unfun. But you can make moves. You can, maybe you can play Knight C3 here, hope that you force Knight takes C3, King takes F2, and then you genuinely have some drawing chances there. Like if you get the bishop to D4 and you kind of dig in, and none of it will be enjoyable, but it's not an immediately lost position. I would be very much in favor of keeping the queens on if possible. Like after King F1, I'm still very much in favor of going ED and playing this position, because this position does feel like it could very, very easily just be completely lost for white. Let's say, I don't know, feels like you might have to play Bishop B3, because allowing Bishop B6 and keeping the Knight on E4 that way could be bad. And now we take and we play H5, Rook H6. Maybe we include Rook E8, maybe we don't. I'm undecided. There's also Queen F5, but
why can't I do this? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Just checkmate.
Yeah, that might also just win on the spot. I do have Knight D4, Knight F3, but that also loses the B2 pawn if we want, right? So yeah, we can pick up one more guy and then go H5, Rook H6 later, and be just as happy. Yeah, looks bad. It looks bad. But we kind of knew that. It's kind of a rare case of a blunder in a Grandmaster game this early in the game, where it feels like you've made one mistake and there might just not be any coming back from it.
Yeah. No, we have these two scenarios. Obviously, there's other games going on, but so far, the big story, Maxime has not made a move yet after D takes E4. Will not be enjoying life. And Hare Krishna has just lost. Let's have a look around at the other games. Anish went pawn to B4.
Yeah. Went with the more conservative option, I would say, spoiling the structure, obviously, but, at least we're not getting mated on the king side for sure here as black. And he also makes sort of doubly sure he's not getting mated on the king side by playing H7, H6, just ruling out all of the Knight G5, Bishop G5 ideas. Mainly Knight G5, Queen H5, I would guess. My big question is, how are we meeting Bishop A3 here? That's the one I'm slightly confused about.
Does he want to give exchange?
He might not have a choice, and which edition of the giving of the exchange are we? Probably this one. Yeah, I missed Queen D3. Yeah, this is a good one. Takes.
CB we can take here, I guess.
Or here, yeah.
Take.
Yeah, takes. Bishop F8.
Probably rook.
Probably rook. Yeah, probably rook. Yeah, looks very decent. Even though I wouldn't be unhappy with white either, like Rook FD1, Knight F4, King F1 or something. And if I can stabilize here and make sure I don't blunder any pieces or any pawns on the king side somehow.
Can I go Rook F4? There's Knight bothers me.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, just get it over to the A4 squares. Yeah, just start putting pressure on the broken up white.
No, doesn't feel like black is worse to me. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
What does Compi say? It says white is slightly better.
Yeah, there's also
because knight takes e5. Oh,
I was about to mention that there's also kind of a less controversial option here, just going knight e5, winning this pawn back straight away, and saying that the knight on e4 is such a nice little piece that structurally white will always be better. Slightly better, maybe, but better nonetheless. Yeah, I can get on board.
Geary probably was happy that b4 was not leaked to anybody. Or was
it? Yeah, this Sicilian is quite interesting because this is very, very. I thought that was the way you're supposed to react to this line, but things appear to have gone slightly pear-shaped for Sam, I think.
Pear-shaped is bad, right?
Yeah.
Question here.
I'm trying to.
Maybe it's weird.
Why can't I remember anything at all? Yeah, maybe they do play 96 here, don't they?
My instinct would be to go here, but I don't know if that's weird. In other positions, this is the more typical square, but you're also, of course, begging for f5 with tempo.
Yeah.
So knight c6, knight f3.
Anyway,
wasn't there a recent game by, I think, Kostenyuk against somebody in this Champions Chess Tour? I think it was this position even. And there was, yeah, knight a5. Yeah, it was exactly this position. So rook fc8, knight a5 was played.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, knight g4. Was this? I forgot who against whom, but I've seen this very recently. I think it was Kostenyuk on one side. Maybe, yeah, Kostenyuk Keimer, I believe.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense because the way Sam played it, this bishop is still alive, the one that just got traded on b3 in your line, and that bishop is potentially very, very dangerous. Like e5, knight e8, I understand. Having gotten here, you don't probably have a better reply to e5 anyway. You definitely don't want to be taking on e5 and opening the f file before you're absolutely forced to. But now, yeah, this position it looks scary. It looks like you can very easily just get mated somehow, because your pieces are very, very far away from what you have to assume will be the the crux of the action. That's probably not the way to describe it. I'm wondering, like, I would like to play knight b4 here, but I'm trying to figure out if bishop takes h7 is actually mate. Probably isn't, but it's an interesting thing to consider. Knight g5 check, bishop g5 fg. I can't refute bishop c6 though, yeah, or here queen h5, bishop c6 somehow, yeah.
Try to reclaim.
Yeah, we could play a3. My point was, like, with the bishop on e3, I would very happily just play queen h5, rook f7, and g6 there, and I think that would that wouldn't win anyway. But with the bishop on c1, we get mated on the back rank, unfortunately. No, I mean, let's say after bishop c6. No. Yeah. But even here, yeah, I realize queen f5 exists. I thought I was giving mate, but I'm not. So regrettable. Okay, if bishop h7 doesn't work, I mean, it's too early to completely give up on it. But if it doesn't work, what's the restrained option after knight b4? What's the the vote for sanity? What's the vote for sanity here after?
I don't know. G6.
No, I meant from the white side. I think if you give white.
Oh, sorry, after knight b4.
Yeah, like we can go bishop b3, but it just came from b3, so we can go knight c6 back and say your move again. I don't know if
go here.
Yeah, but I think I'm kind of happy to take on c4 and give you the b7 pawn. Oh no, hang on, this is a full exchange. I'm brain dead. Yeah, I thought the queen on e2 was hanging. that was my issue here. I thought I have to start with queen takes c4 and then we don't win the exchange. Okay, question withdrawn. Yeah, bishop b4 is easily good enough. Easily good enough.
Sam, maybe under some pressure here. No, they let this bishop live. A lot of pear-shaped debates.
Yeah, there's people suggesting it's a Russian phrase. Definitely not a Russian phrase. Chess fan, have you ever played an opening as bad as Pintala? I once resigned on move 13 and again in a tournament game against Alexei Shirov, so Pintala has already got 2 moves on me and will probably make about 40 more. He's an incredibly resilient defender. Not even guaranteed he loses this game, I will say. I have seen him defend very, very bad positions with, tenaciousness and resolve and...
Oof, you gave Peter a chance to be self-deprecating and then praise someone else for being good at chess. That's...
yeah. Bingo of some sort, yeah.
That's a bingo.
Yeah, it's...
Nah, still too boring. Make something happen.
Yeah. Something will happen. This is now very close to kind of a normal Scheveningen, but with the weird inclusion of a3 way too early and the bishop on d3 instead of e2. So not really like a normal Scheveningen at all. But yeah. Those of you who had Peter trying to pronounce Scheveningen for no particular reason on your bingo cards.
No, that was pretty good.
Take a
The
shot.
Dutch is amazing. How did you learn? Did you have a Dutch version of Leisure Suit Larry as a kid?
And goedemiddag to you too.
Richie. Blew out my speakers.
Yeah.
Rook e8, Mr. Fedoseev.
Yeah, this is
then
no
he follows
longer...
up with d6, knight bd7, making it somewhat more random. Like it's a move in these positions, but far from the main move, while Rapport just plays all the normal moves. It's surprising what he's doing here.
Yeah, and he also went in completely crazy with like not completely crazy, but this no longer resembles anything we've looked at with Evgeny Bareyev in 2002, because he went g5 followed by bishop e4 and then e5, like a kind of a really strange mishmash of things.
Yeah, it looks like he's very much playing move by move. No, like
yeah,
okay, let's go
exactly.
rook e8, d6, knight b7 looks normal. G5, the pin is annoying. Oh, bishop e4, can attack queen. E5, we put the rook on e8. Yeah, this is odd. H4, H5. This feels nice. No, gives the bishop this square. Makes the
feels very random. Feels very random from Vladimir, but he is a very concrete player, obviously, and it's still a position with 32 pieces on the board, lots of play left, but does feel like he's just kind of very happily creating some kind of mayhem, and planning to just navigate it better than his opponents, which does feel like it's his plan for like every second game, or maybe even more often than that.
Sorry, I'm just counting. Yeah, I only made it to 24, but...
okay, yeah, I said 32, didn't I?
Yeah. No, you were right. I was just being...
I mean, it's not 32 because actually a piece got traded somewhere along the way. Yeah? It's still not correct.
30.
Yeah.
So close. I had the feeling there was something missing.
Yeah.
Where do we go? Hare Krishna's position is too sad. This one looks fun.
Yeah.
Beat it.
There's been a lot of developments, yeah.
The Indian number 2. Is he number 2? I would guess.
Well, it depends on how... okay, yeah, he is higher than Harry now, yeah. Yeah. Then he probably is, yeah.
Yeah, they're number 25 and 26 in the live rating list. Vichy is 15. And for FIDE, he's doing all this while being a part-time chess player and full-time influencer. So it's even more amazing.
Yeah, people are really, carving out.
Are we allowed to make these jokes because we're jealous of FIDE? We are, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah,
What's his position?
I have no idea. We could probably show like how we got here, because the scenery looked very different when we left this board after f3, and yeah, Alexei not in the mood for letting FIDE develop comfortably. He went d5, knight f5, g5, just breaking the center wide open, but also giving the white knight a very nice little f5 square, and he just continues blasting everything apart here with e5, e4. I'm guessing we go knight e3 first, and then depending on where the queen goes, we either just castle, or in some positions I would consider playing f3, f4, just to make sure no additional diagonals get opened. Yeah, knight e3.
Played.
I assume queen e6, but there's probably other squares as well, but this one looks the most logical. f4, and knowing this is a share of game, I think we okay, that loses a queen, so that's probably not the move yet. Let's go rook g8 first, and then go long castles. Yeah. Specifically knowing it's Alexei, I have a feeling the king will be on c8 post haste. But we do need to make one.
So you're saying since it's the wild Shirov, the king will go to c8, and no kingside castles like with most conservative players in this position?
Point well taken, yeah. Point well taken.
But it does look just better for white, no?
Well, we're still, I feel slightly silly mentioning this, but we are still a pawn down, right? And the rook on g8 will have will have a good file to operate on, and like maybe black goes f6, f5, and yeah, my original feeling was that white is better, but I'm not so sure anymore. I think it might be just a mess where both sides very much have chances. Because it's just very difficult to challenge this knight on c5. And if we can't really get the knight on c5, how are we supposed to start anything on the queen side? Queen c6. Yeah, queen c6 chosen. I guess he wants to side still, like not even giving a tempo for bishop c4. I think I can very much get behind.
But now, do we need f4? Like,
yeah, we can go castles.
Is not a big deal with the queen.
We can go castles. I guess he also castles in reply, right? Just getting the king away from the center. And yeah, some kind of a vaguely, vaguely Fischer enemy position. Not really. I mean, it is still a very recognizable Sicilian. Just that nobody will be able to tell which Sicilian. I think there's just no way anyone can say this was at one point a nominal Najdorf. Yeah, no idea what this is. I do know we will enjoy watching it though.
Yeah. Still. Black king does feel so unsafe, but yeah, how do we get?
Yeah, but how do we get to it? The bishop on c1 is locked in. You can play knight c4, but that really starts, probably doesn't work. But I'm so tempted to start calculating knight d3 in every single position.
Well,
yeah, it's just.
I guess I can go for my checkmate.
Yeah, king b8. Bishop f4, bishop d6. Yeah, it might not even lose straight away. Yeah, like rook fc1. Who knows what this is? Yeah, queen b5 or whatever.
Oof.
Well, I think I do lose here. Like,
I don't believe this works, but I'm not sure I'll be able to prove it.
Yeah, takes knight c4, actually kind of a very sad materialistic way of refuting everything. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I think it's best to just let this one develop a little on its own, because it feels like there's so many different rabbit holes we could go down just talking about the current position that we're probably better served.
It's like such a waste to talk about the current position. I went to the movies yesterday. I saw Death on the Nile. Is it Nile or Neil? Neil.
No, Neil is a very different person.
No, the river.
Yeah, it's Nile.
It's Nile? Like Fraser's brother?
Also Fraser's brother, yeah.
Oh, he's Niles. Anyway, it's a remake, and I had seen the original, and I still remembered who the killer or killers were. So I was bored the whole time because I knew who it was.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. Like, yeah, if you go watch an Agatha Christie movie and you actually know what the answer is, it probably loses some of its appeal.
I really hope they would change it up, but they might have. I don't want to spoil it for people that have also seen the original and now are curious who the killer is this time, like I was. I was saying that the whole time, thinking, I gotta be kidding me. It was very sad. Still, good movie if you haven't seen the original.
At least one of us came prepared for today's show.
No, it's all in the spur of the moment. It's my big talent. No, I'm sad. Any restrictions in Hamburg cinemas? Yeah, you need to be, we call it 2G plus, so you need to be double vaccinated and tested or triple vaccinated, which I am, and then you need to wear a mask until you reached your seat. But once you sit, you're allowed to take it off. No one's going, though. It was me, Elisiv, and literally 4 other people at 8 p.m. So...
same place we always go, or?
No, it was a different one, but a very mainstream cinema. Just no people there. So this is Maxim's position.
Yeah.
After prolonged thought, and it's just really bad for white, as we've seen earlier.
Yeah, I think he kind of needs to go for, like I briefly saw it flash on my screen when we were discussing it earlier, some kind of a line like knight f6, rook e5, and then you kind of have to immediately go queen g4, queen g3, just to not get mated on the king side. It's an incredibly sad way to play it, but there might not be anything better. Because if you allow bishop e6 here, you just get mated, yeah. So you play queen g4, bishop d6, queen g3. You accept that you'll have to play some very, very unfortunate, like really bad endgames. Like queen d5, c4 is probably the one thing that white really hopes for.
That's a trick. Oh.
Yeah. That's the one position that you might actually save, but I'm guessing just takes bishop d5 is really, really bad for white.
There's no direct win here. It looks so close.
It looks like it might be available, but I couldn't figure out anything that wins on the spot. But I mean, the problem is the endgames like are legitimately horrible. Like this one is just so bad. Maybe you can play c4 and kind of not resign, but it's unenjoyable. Yeah, kind of a shocker, because really, it's all due to one mistake, and it's a mistake he normally would not have made in a month of Sundays.
Opa. Oh, some good mask debate. What else is going on? Poirot debate, Peter Ustinov. Yeah, I'm all right with what's his name, Kenneth Branagh. But in my head, when I hear Hercule Poirot, I also think of Ustinov. It's what you and I grew up with. In the 70s, we used to watch a lot of Peter Ustinov movies.
Actually, that's not true, because like the picture that pops up in my head is David Suchet.
Oh, okay. Not familiar.
For some reason, that's the adaptation that was shown on Russian TV the most. Maybe even exclusively that adaptation, and he is very, very good at the role.
Okay, seems like you're not alone on Team Suchet. No, I've never seen any of those.
Mm.
I should catch it. All right, MVL in big trouble. The French number 2 still feels weird to say, but Alireza is the French number 1. And he goes queen to b1.
Whoa. I'm saying whoa here because it wasn't on my screen, so I'm assuming this kind of loses because the first 2 options I have seen on my screen were like -2, while we still had the evaluation on for a very brief time. I don't know why it loses, but you kind of have to assume it does because the other moves were pretty much losing, and they were supposedly better than this. I mean, even just trading everything on e4 and playing queen d2 is horrendous, but there probably is something stronger.
Must spot, not tactic. 25 c4 is not it.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like there's any cheapos, no? So
yeah, I can't see any, but that doesn't really very much. Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing. This position after, like, we take everything. Queen d5 here exists, but
yeah, that's what I'm
don't want to calculate. Yeah, because of just how strong this is. Because I think you kind of have to play either rook b1 or queen b1, and you're still not really unpinning yourself. So yeah, like bishop c5 here or whatever. And the queen, like, if the queen actually leaves the e file and we get to play rook e8, white will never come out. It's just gonna be a disaster.
Oof. Monsieur MVL.
Yeah, in a lot of trouble.
Real big trouble.
A lot of trouble. Yeah. And yeah, and in particular because at least the way it looks to me, he's in a lot of trouble against very, very simple, straightforward play. So there is like no particular, cunning or deep calculations required here. You just go for a position you know is good, and it is good. And yeah, those types of decisions are quite comfortably made. Yeah.
Cats, is there a direct way to win here?
Yeah, I think probably somebody would have pointed it out to us if there was. By this point. We've had this discussion for a bit, and nobody. Yeah, people are mentioning knight h5. I was looking at knight h5/95 ideas, but it feels to me that like allowing the c4 tempo is just.
Why is this so strong?
I have no idea. I'm not sure people mentioning it are making any claims of it being all that good. It does make some sense, but I think sort of basing our entire play here on not letting the bishop on b2 get developed anywhere or opened up is very solid.
Maybe this just wins somehow, but yeah.
Maybe it just wins, yeah. Maybe
it feels odd.
We just can't stop knight f4, and if it lands, the entire position collapses, but not impossible. Not impossible, but...
All right. This, not the most exciting position, might be
a tiny bit
white according to the bar, but doesn't look like much.
Maybe not even that tiny. Apparently, I guess b3 and then king takes f1, and maybe we can use some threat of bishop f4 to acquire control over the central files, or maybe there's something smarter. But that would be my original port of call here. Stop knight c4, and then try to play bishop f4 in some kind of advantageous setting. But black goes rook d8 here. How bad can this be?
not too bad.
Not too bad.
Sounded like a leading question, so I'll say not too bad.
Thank you. Still a bit better for white after bishop f4. We just don't take on d8. We go bishop f4 here. And yeah, we need to have a rook on the d file, and then we will be a bit better, at least a bit better. Yeah, we'll see.
Question. Sorry. There's a question strongly debated in the Chess24 chat. What Ich bin ein Berliner translates to. It means I am
a walrus,
an inhabitant of Berlin. I don't know. Berliner is Berliner. It's like New Yorker. I'm a New Yorker. What translation do you need? It doesn't really mean inhabitant, right? You don't have to live there to say I'm a New Yorker.
New Yorkers probably would take umbrage with this statement, right?
No, I'm saying if you, I don't know, if you're born and raised in New York and now you live in Scranton, then you will still say I'm a New Yorker, no?
Yeah, that I think is allowed. I'll allow it.
Because JFK, I'm fairly sure he didn't live in Berlin.
But he claimed spiritual not affinity. Affinity? Maybe even affinity for whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know.
Berliner is also a sort of sausage.
No.
Never heard of it. Doubt it. Depending on the region, Berliner can be used as for some sort of German donut thing.
Yeah, it's
not all over Germany. It has different meanings, that term. I'm now trying to look up where they say Berliner and where they don't, but maybe that's not that relevant to our little chess show here. And let's have a look at some moves. Bishop e3 on the board here.
Yeah, I think the point is he probably wants to play Queen f5, g4. I mean, no, yeah, wants is a bit of a strong term. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to be playing this position at all, but yeah, maybe g4 and then king g2 is the way to at least connect rooks and continue.
Because that's support for the Berliner sausage. Really never heard of it. Sorry, I misclicked here.
Yeah, looks horrible, and we don't even need to play Queen f5, as I mentioned. Just taking and going h5, rook h6, rook f6, or whatever is going to be kind of horrible for white anyway. But the way to try to win sort of right away would be to play Queen f5 here.
You know what I would do? I would try to be clever, go h5, spotting that there's a check here, this queen b4 check, and then hope again this position is still playable, but probably it isn't.
Yeah,
that's how I would do it.
After queen d4, it might be a bit problematic.
But yeah, just to repeat what we showed earlier, this seems to be pretty much.
Yeah, that just looks
end of game.
Bad, yeah. We're now 2 down, we have no counterplay, and black will develop very easily with, yeah. I keep on thinking about that rook lift, but it's not really necessary. g6, king g7 will probably do just as well, or rook e8 and then something, yeah. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the most yeah, Queen f5 play. We'll see what Harry thinks about this in a moment. But yeah, it's just bad. It's whatever he chooses in the end is not going to be fun.
Let me research Berliner sausage. Not a term we use in Germany.
Yeah, I thought it was a donut, right?
No, it's definitely a donut. But if a Berliner sausage exists or not, so I'm trying to find out. I doubt it. Maybe a broad currywurst. It's called Berliner sausage somewhere. I have no idea.
And somewhat painfully, G4 might actually be met by queen takes G4, which is putting a bit of a dampener on events. Because queen b4 check, king g8, bishop takes f2, we can go queen f3, and the, by this point, very, very exhausted joke about why don't you resign rears its ugly head again.
Why would you ask it? You can just sit there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very impolite. Don't do that.
If you do it, at least do it in a somewhat equal position to mess with your opponents. Yeah?
Very sound piece of advice.
Even this, we're okay. Really hard to blunder.
Yep. Yeah. I wanted to say feels like sort of first round blues here by Harry, but I think it's just that, you know, the events of the last 2 years make playing classical chess after a break very difficult on everyone, because yeah, these are, you know, despite all the speeches we gave about knight e4 being a reasonably missable move, you still don't see a player of Harry's strength miss it too often.
I'm very worried seeing players of Harry's and MVL's strength miss stuff. I'm so terrified to play any chess game after this. I more or less had a 2-year break. It's going to be very, very scary. And yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure how much Harry played, but a certain amount of rust will be there for a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's Benjamin H. USA saying a lot of sausage talk, but yeah, if we're being honest, most chess commentary tends to be a bit of a sausage party. We'll try to change that.
Yeah. All you lovely viewers must know that we're trying to address this.
That's a deep pull. It's not 2005 anymore. When was Flight of the Conchords on my timeline?
It is in my head. It is in my head.
'07. Was it?
Still
a TV series, obviously.
Yeah, it's been a while. What is the point of knight c4 in Vidit's game? Just mainly to revive the c1 bishop. The c1 bishop wasn't really participating in the game. Having it on e3 or f4 somewhere, yeah, it's just going to be a huge improvement. Connecting the rooks, just sort of getting your pieces into play. The knight was on a very good square, but yeah, it was locking the rest of the pieces in a little bit. So I think it's a very understandable decision.
Looks nice for white, no? Like if ef3, there's also no direct way for black to stir up trouble. We can bring the bishop out, we can jump.
Yeah, knight a5 as well. Yeah, knight a5 is a very salient point here. Csaba Palfic says, Berliner is a donut filled with marmalade. I had to register to write that. Such commitment to stating what is.
No, that I'm very aware of, although it gets much more complicated. For example, where I'm from in Hamburg, a Berliner is a donut with no hole filled with marmalade. But in Berlin, I believe the exact same donut filled with marmalade is a Pfannkuchen, which where I'm from means something very different. And I do believe that in other parts of the country, that donut filled with marmalade is also called krapfen, which should not be a word at all, if we're being honest. Krapfen, do we need that word? We do not. And yeah, Berliner Pfannkuchen, exactly. It's very, very complicated. Pfannkuchen is a pancake, but in Berlin, a Pfannkuchen is a donut filled with marmalade.
I'm trying to think of an appropriate kind of a moral of the story here, but I don't know what is appropriate. Carbs are bad, and studying words about carbs is even worse, or?
Can we all agree that we don't need 3 different words for donut with no hole filled with marmalade and Berliner?
Yeah, I'm obviously very much team there can never be too many words for anything.
I don't know which game to look at.
This one is interesting because at first I thought, why is he provoking rook b5? Because rook b5 is just such a comfortable move to make. But I think he wants to go rook f5 in this position in Giri versus Tabatabai. And there are some cute tactics there which justify it, like rook b5, rook f5. We are now threatening knight f3 check. And if, let's say, king h1, which I thought was quite sensible here, sidestepping the check, we do have actually knight takes d3 in this position, I'm pretty sure. Immediately, at least equalizing, because ef will attack the white knight. Meaning that the fact that our knight is hanging on d3 will become less relevant. I think black might actually be better here. But you can play a4 after rook f5, so I haven't really figured out what the entire plan there is. You can also just refrain from playing rook b5 altogether. The rook can go all the way back to b1, I guess. Nothing is forcing us to present the target. I still like white here. I think white should be a bit better, just because the structure is comfier.
All right, Anish, with a bit of pressure. I just can't look away from this. It will be over soon, I guess, but it's hard.
Yeah, it feels like it might be. You play queen f6, there's really... I mean, there are some other moves, but they're probably not as good. You can go for an endgame, actually, yeah? You can play bishop b3 and knight d2 check.
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, like it's a very, very strange choice, yeah. You might not win this. It definitely sells the opposition very short. Gives white a lot of hope. Yeah, so we just go queen f6, we pick up the pawn on b2 when it becomes available, which we assume it happened. Like, I don't see any other actual makeable move here apart from knight f3. So yeah, we pick up a second pawn, we finish development, and should be very comfortably winning here as black.
There's more heated debates ongoing in the chat, but I'm gonna need your English skills once again to fill me in, because someone says, I thought Miklos Cage, that's an excellent username, saying, I thought Paddington Bear was the only creature that could stand marmalade on anything. The Marmite of jams. First of all, in my head, marmalade is jam, but apparently there's something different. And secondly, what's a Marmite? Marmite is a dark, thick yeast extract spread.
It's a very what's the word? Polarizing condiment, because it's a lot of people will very happily die on the heel of Marmite being completely inedible, but
sounds delicious.
Yeah, I have not had enough Marmite in my life to have a personal opinion, but it's yeah, it's very much an acquired taste. Let's put it like this.
All right. Apparently, it's very British. 94. Shall we wait for Vichigov to play Queen F6? It's hard to believe he won't do it.
Yeah, let's. I'm getting flack on being on the fence on the Marmite privately, but very, very painfully. People are thinking less of me for not stating my position on the great Marmite debate. Yeah. I will never leave this down. What's happening here? So
let's study some Sicilians. These positions look the same anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, Andrejkin went knight h5. This is a very kind of a typical way of trying to solve your problems tactically. I'm assuming after queen h3 there is a way to make knight takes f4 work, but I'm not sure. Like it gets very tricky. Rook f4, 94. Do we not lose to e5 here? Maybe we don't. Yeah, or this position. And now we play a move of some sort. Queen h5, queen g3. There's a lot of things here to consider. Queen h5, yeah, and then 95, e5. You might get mated here with black. He could just be planning to just go back to f6 after queen h3, but if you do that, you're also inviting some calculations into your life. Yeah, specifically e4, e5 might just win. G, fe, 95, bishop f4. These positions have been known to just completely fall apart if things don't go according to plan for black. Yeah, I don't know how. So far, I've not been able to find any kind of a win for white here, but it's very, very scary.
It does look like very unpleasant childhood memories of things going on here and you get mated, but
yeah, it's
exactly.
Yeah, and so it's not a fun position. Yeah, and you might have to go for it because queen e5, I assume, probably does lose, even though even then I don't know how to refute immediately. Instead of 95 just here.
Pure concentrated yeasty goodness. You make a good point.
Absolutely, yeah.
So my original point was that Germans, marmalade just means jam, because we don't. Our word for jam is marmelade. Well, apparently, there seems to be.
Yeah, those are not really the same difference, thing, right? Jam and marmalade, or at least. Hang on. Were there other options? Should I've? Oh, okay, there we go. I saw that Never Tried It won the poll on Marmite, but I thought mods being the mods in our channel just gave Never Tried It as the only option in the poll and just let it run.
I'm very surprised by all the Marmite hate. It's not my favorite Disney movie, but can't help rooting for it, real. Yeah. And this pawn is gone, and so are Hare Krishna's chances. 2 pawns down, worst king.
Yeah, you want to play Rook d1, but the issue is after Rook d1, the easiest is just to play Queen takes c2, Rook takes d5, Queen c4 check, and it's just an endgame where you're purely 2 pawns down for Rook d1. Like if you play Rook e1, you might as well resign. But Rook d1, you can think maybe you're creating counterplay, but yeah, Queen c4 check just kills all of its stone dead because you have to trade. And yeah, black is 2 healthy pawns up here. There's just really no chance. Yeah, kind of a sad game for Harry because yeah, one reasonably sized brain fart and the game is just gone with absolutely no way to get back into it. Seemingly, like, hasn't resigned yet, and as I mentioned, he I think is actually kind of reasonably well known for not resigning before it's absolutely necessary to resign. But yeah, FIDE must condemn. But yeah, looks horrible.
Speaking of looks horrible, what is this game for the CF? First, he doesn't choose the critical line, and he kind of been surprised by Rapport playing Queen C2 Nimzo, because, as mentioned, that's what Rapport does nowadays. And then, yeah, he really just mixes all the moves wildly together. Now goes Queen F8. This has to be pretty bad. How do you punish?
Yeah, and it really does start feeling like there might be an actual punish, but
probably not tactical, but the position feels.
For a second there, I thought e5, knight e5, bishop h4 wins material, but you can actually go back knight d7, which might genuinely be the only move that doesn't lose material in that position. Knight e5.
As far as we can't do this because d7 is hanging and whatever order.
Yeah, so you have to take with a knight, and then I thought bishop h4 might win, but you do have knight e7 specifically. I think everything else does appear to drop stuff, but yeah, and then you just go, I don't know, bishop e2 in that final position and say, why would I be unhappy with this with white? Yeah, I think, you know, sort of strategic risk taking is something that Vlad is very intimately familiar with, but he overdoes it on occasion, I think.
Yeah. Looks really, really bad. The g2 pawn still hanging, maybe. Yes.
No, but specifically after driving away from e5, here, I was kind of happy to give it up. Yeah, bishop h3, knight d5 or something.
Here.
Yeah. After bishop h3, I will consider my options, but hard to believe we're not doing very well here with white. Yep. Yeah, Predke did go for the line we were expecting him to go for, sort of, like the simplest and the most logical, and now I very much like your bishop c5 move. I think without bishop c5 maybe this would have been not as bad, but bishop c5 specifically is just going to be so difficult for white to ever re-establish any kind of coordination. Queen f5 exists, I guess. Yeah, Queen f5 forces black to spend the tempo on defending the bishop, but we're still really not getting out of the corner after, let's say, bishop b6 here. And rook e8 is a huge threat. Still looks horrible. Or we can start by playing rook d8 here or something, because white is still kind of stalemated. Queen e1 is not a threat. I would like queen e1, queen c1 maybe is something, but like queen c2, queen takes b3 probably just wins very comfortably, right? We're no longer getting mated, but we are kind of losing half our queen side without really even getting the bishop away from the b2 square. Very miserable position for MVL.
Rook d8, c4 is being mentioned.
Yeah, but I thought there would be something strong here. But yeah, allowing in general, I'm very much against allowing c4 so easily, because
this.
Yeah, rook b6 maybe is more on point. Yeah, queen d5, queen d5, queen c2, queen d1 or something. Yeah, white is sort of hanging on, barely
hanging around.
Yeah, but even in this position, let's say I go queen f5 here. Wouldn't be surprising to me if, like, engine-wise, this is still borderline lost. Probably
some
not.
Concrete tactics have to be calculated. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, like it's probably not the most precise way to handle with the whole thing, but even this looks horrible for white. Just horrible. Yeah, and somebody's pointing out that there's still all 32 pieces on the board in the Grisha game. Well, I mean, they've not really. No, that's not, like no, that's not true, first of all.
A solid trolling attempt. If it's meant as one, then congratulations to you.
No, it's the message actually said all the pieces, and I kind of misread it. Interestingly, yeah, Sasha went queen f3 instead of queen h3, and Andrekin went g6.
Andrekin is saying no more move repetition for you, sir, because this position they had on the board, no?
He actually whoa.
That makes it more interesting, because in this position, Grishuk played queen g3. Usually you would think a black draw against Grishuk to start with is not a horrible result.
No,
you would at least test the waters if he repeats again. But Andrekin says, no, thank you, sir. G6.
Yeah, interesting.
Might also be a bad move, according to the engine board.
Yeah, but not immediately obvious why. I'm very tempted to start calculating knight f5, but I assume it doesn't work. But it is, you know, it's a tempter, but yeah, the assumption has to be that it's black hasn't made enough mistakes to justify throwing full pieces into the fire there.
Me Celeste is asking, Jan, are you allowed to talk about your role on Magnus's prep team, or is that a secret topic? No, not very secret. We just recorded a video series about the World Championship match with my fellow seconds, Peter Heine and Laurent Fressinet. Should be released, hopefully at some point next week. It's in post-production, where we gave, most of our experience, what went wrong, what went well in the preparation, went through the games, like why Peter Heine had to wait in a parking lot for 2 hours in Dubai, how we did in Thailand, and so on. So we'll have a series detailing all that on Chess24. Banjo is not a very secret topic. Who did what and where, it's obviously concrete opening lines are usually off limits. But even there, like, I think we gave most stuff. Hare Krishna, dead lost.
Yep.
Anish, slightly better, question mark?
I think so, even though it's probably not horrible for black, but even if you play something like bishop b3, it feels to me that, I mean, it's not a move you want to make because it allows black to actually normalize the structure on the queen side by taking and playing b6 and removing some of the issues, but still, the knight on a4 is such a nice piece. Yeah. A bit better and somewhat ahead on the clock or behind on the clock, depending on definitions, so probably reasonably happy with the outcome of the opening novelty he showed today. I assume it was a novelty, right? The b4 move.
I haven't checked, but I would very much think so.
Yeah. Nikita is actually 3 full pawns up now for no counterplay whatsoever, so yeah. Not a particular...
Unclear whose king is worse, but probably it's white's actually. So.
Exactly, yeah, and I will continue pushing for h5 rook h6 because I very much think it's a good idea, but probably anything that doesn't blunder very much here is good enough.
That sounds fair.
Yeah, this will be a very interesting time trouble, and it will be a time trouble in the Grishuk game. Yeah, this sort of deviated from the whole kind of a topic of white giving mate, but it's a very pleasant position for Etienne, clearly. Interesting choice by Sam, but probably not a kind of an entirely voluntary choice to not take on b5 here. Because if you did take on b5 on the previous move, the knight on b4 would be in an awkward spot, because you don't particularly want to return into d5 and allow bishop takes d5, but that's really the only square you're sure of. And meeting the threat of a2, a3 is kind of awkward. But in the current position, I'm kind of curious if maybe we can just sort of go in by taking on d6 twice. I'm guessing starting with the knight, although ed6 is also probably completely fine. Yeah, knight d6, knight d6, bishop d6, bishop c3 or something. And just saying, yeah, this maybe would have been playable with a pawn on g7, but with a pawn on g6, this looks like it could just fall apart.
Looks borderline lost now with the knight on b4.
Yeah, I mean a5, a4 maybe, like if you can justify it tactically. If a4 rook fd1 doesn't actually lose for black somehow, which it maybe doesn't, I don't know. Looks horrible, but maybe you can play this. Maybe you can just go, I don't know, queen e7 after rook fd1 and claim that there is no killing blow here. But yeah, definitely does look like it might just be straight up winning for white.
Must find killing blow. c5?
Yeah, something like c5 might, yeah, bishop takes and queen e5, f6, and we sort of quote-unquote continue fighting. I don't know. Yeah, rook e7, queen e5. Yeah, something like this could just end the game on the spot. We're kind of spitballing here, but I would not be surprised if something like this was just GG's. King f8.
Oh, Sam maybe thought against Etienne he must play as complex a game as possible, but he's risking just getting crushed here.
Yeah.
We're almost 2.5 hours in. Shall we go for a little coffee break?
I wouldn't mind, yeah.
And come back for the time trouble recaffeinated?
Mm-hmm. Let's do that.
Thanks everybody for watching. We'll take a little break. You should use the chance to get yourself little Berliner with Marmite, and we'll see you in around 10 minutes. Thank you so much for watching.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever
e5. It's e5 patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 e4 based on 1 e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
e5. It's e5 patzers.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the FIDE Grand Prix, the second leg here on Chess24, where we do not have cameras of the players, but we do have Peter Svidler. Peter, shall we jump right back into the action?
Absolutely, yeah. There's the Sicilians are definitely warming up, and Andrekin, as we mentioned, he declined. Doggo is now very much in the guarding mood. So whenever somebody enters the house, we get a round of bork.
Does make you feel safer.
Very, very safe, yes. So yeah, he could have repeated with knight f6. Instead, he went g6, provoking Sasha into something on the king side, and something did happen. Not actually what I expected, because it looked to me like f5 is an extremely committal move, and black is not entirely unprepared for it. But I would have also played knight e5 there, I think, without thinking even. And machine kind of disagrees and thinks white is now better after queen h3, queen d8. I'm even somewhat unsure why I can't just take on e6 twice, but it's not machine's first choice.
What's queen d8 all about? He wants
I don't know.
a5 or
I guess
maybe stop f6 in some line. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if I had to choose one reason, it's probably the bishop g5 idea. Yeah, but rook c3 is obviously very good pedigree to have this option in any kind of a Sicilian position, but here it doesn't feel like it's very topical, because it's not going to distract white very much from what they're doing on the king side. But seriously, can we ask the question, why can't I take on e6 twice here? Why is it not good?
Tell us.
It actually goes queen a5 and says this pin is annoying enough that you will regret this decision. I thought after knight d5, I don't even quite see how you're attacking the knight on g7 on e6, but engines do suggest that there are ways to put pressure on it. Okay, fair enough. We'll see what Sasha does, and excitingly for all of us, he is finally below on the clock, and has 18 minutes for the remaining 23 moves in a position where so far one pair of pawns was traded. So should be fun to watch.
Oh, Nashvilian's dog is now barking back at your dog. Tens of thousands at dogs, because obviously millions of people are watching us, are now barking at their screens.
Yeah.
Oof, this is bringing your dog in is like this old joke where you would say, "Hey Alexa," on the show.
That's probably ill-advised.
Yeah, never do that.
Never ever do that. Anish going for the more ambitious plans. Trading the bishops off, as I mentioned. The bishop on b6 is definitely black's worst placed piece in this position. It's the diagonal is now empty. The king has vacated the g1 square. The f2 f4 has been played, so there is nothing to pressure on this diagonal. And if we can maybe lock it down by playing c3 and d4 to follow it up, the bishop on d6 will be quite awkward. We should mention that Harry did resign, shocking absolutely nobody in this position.
Yeah, the game did not last much longer. Rook c8. When he finally played your move h5, Harry thought, okay, now is the time.
Yeah, enough is enough. Yeah, it's like you're 3 pawns down and also haven't equalized on and dropping more stuff in the process of dropping more material here. Yeah, it's just a horrible position.
I would still have waited to see if this happens, but I guess it's unlikely. How's Maxime doing, our other?
Yeah, he's in trouble, but not as much trouble as he could have been, I think. I briefly checked just what the cleanest solution was, and after rook b1, I think specifically rook b6 was the move to more or less put the game to rest.
What's the win? c4?
Rook e6 simply, I think, and if you play Yeah, rook e1 check.
Switch on the engine, just
Yeah, rook e1 check. It's not actually rook e6. Interesting. Ah, yeah.
Queen b4.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah,
Who plays like this?
Yeah, if queen b4 is the actual best move here and nothing else wins as cleanly, it's yeah, we're not criticizing.
Yeah, if this happened in one of my online blitz games after queen b4, I'd start being very suspicious.
Yeah, you would continue playing the game, but you would be typing with your non-mouse.
Typing. Exactly.
Yeah, you would be typing furiously. Yeah, he's not even doing that poorly now after c3, c4. Yeah, he might just completely get away with it in that he won't even have to suffer all that much.
Maybe they will just swap down and agree draw.
Yeah, you can still sort of try here with like queen c3 or queen d4 or something, but it feels that first of all, even 4 against 3 is very often being held, but also like rook a7 exists, which probably doesn't even lose the material. So yeah,
Pino 724 saying, "Good morning, Chess24 world. Where you based, Pino? Where in the world is it morning right now? Is that the United States of America?"
Sounds like it, yeah. And morning to you too. On the topic of games finishing, I think the Yuangi Mamedjarov game is likely to be a threefold very soon, so we might as well just get this out of the way. Some kind of rook e8, rook d7, rook e7, I think is quite likely. I guess Shah, you know, at least I know I would be kind of panicky a little bit about going rook e8, allowing rook takes e8, and then losing that pawn ending. But I don't think there's any problems for black there. And black isn't really obliged to go rook e8, but it's just the most efficient way to offer a draw. Yeah. Yeah, hard to imagine how.
Probably right.
Yeah, hard to imagine how we. Yeah,
oh, here we go. I found a way.
Yeah, yeah. This is exactly.
This is the famous
how you
Rubinstein.
Yeah. How you lose, but yeah, not getting.
So you need some precision here, yeah? Like
king.
Only f5 to build a wall is good enough.
Yeah, king c4, king c6, and then a6 b5 check. Yeah. But yeah, Shah says, I'm not even worse, why would I beg? And just goes king g6 with the idea of getting his king activated.
Yeah, king is cut off, yeah.
Yeah, as long as the rook is on e7 and the king on f1 is cut off from the queen side, it's, yeah. Not very much will be happening here, I would assume.
Pino's in New York, but there it's not that, well, still morning in my world, if we're being honest, like 11:30? I think it's, I can't do math, 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 for you, 8 for me. Yeah.
What time is it where you are? It's 7:30. Yeah, like
so 7:40. Yeah, 7:40.
7:40.
7:40 is an important. What's the word? Milestone. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Yeah, this looks very risky.
How did we get here?
But yeah.
We've seen knight c4 and given all kinds of speeches. Queen e6, stepping away from knight a5. b3.
Yeah, b3.
Enough.
Very logical opening files on the queen side, sort of re-establishing the idea of bishop b3, I guess. And yeah, I think once again, like I saw it even when we were on a break, that machine really likes rook a5 there instead of c takes b3, but it's another one of those moves which
who does b3 ab rook a5? Maybe that's not that crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not unthinkable, but in particular because of just how dangerous the current position on the board looks for black, I think you just kind of waltz past it because you think it's unnecessary, and it introduces sort of additional randomness into the calculations by letting the b3 pawn leave for longer. But yeah, now takes. I guess you go rook b1. There's also maybe some argument for, you know, becoming a huge romantic and playing something like bishop b3 or bishop b4 or something. But yeah, bishop b4, bishop c5, unfortunately. Yeah. Otherwise, I would be very much team bishop b4, but bishop c5 is very annoying.
Here, unfortunately, not a legal move.
Yeah, would be.
Try this, but it's unlikely. Unlikely to happen.
EF3 probably not happening there, yeah.
Barely escaping.
Yeah, just about. Just about. We'll see. Yeah, Ruby one looks logical, just attacking the knight, keeping the option of meeting bishop c5 with bishop e3, which is a very comfortable way of dealing with that threat. And you know, just keeping all of your options open. From a like as a carbon-based life form, I would think, like, if you showed me this position and asked me to evaluate how things after would be won, I think my initial reaction has to be white is completely winning, but I don't think that is actually true. I think it's still very much a fighting position, judging by the glimpse I've had earlier of what the Silicon overlords think.
I'm researching non-carbon based life forms. Turns out there aren't any.
By this point, I'm just inviting this trouble. It's you know, the good trouble.
Why is that trouble?
I don't know. It's not really.
There was a question earlier if Anish was not already qualified for the candidates. He is not. So far, the players or currently qualified are. Do we have a graphic or do we have to figure this out? We can probably figure it out.
There's a graphic on the screen right now, yeah.
That helps. Jan Nepomniachtchi for being the runner-up in the last World Championship cycle. If you lose the World Championship match, you're in the candidates. Rajabov got this wild card because, yeah, he was qualified for the 2020/2021 thing, didn't play because of Corona, and then, yeah, agreements were made. Duda and Kayakin qualified by being the finalists for the 2021 FIDE World Cup, where there were 2 spots at stake. And then Ali Reza and Caruana, sort of amazingly, because I would guess those were maybe the 2 favorites going in, managed to come out on top of a gigantic open, the Grand Swiss.
A very heavy blow against the people who think, you know, chess is all RNG and no skill is involved. Yeah, yeah. The basically the numbers 1 and 2 seeds just actually not even tying for first and second, just finishing clear first and clear second, I think, if I remember the results correctly. Well,
that leaves 2 spots for the candidates tournament, which are being played out in this series of 3 FIDE Grand Prix here. The first one, also amazingly, was won by Hikaru Nakamura, making his comeback from, I believe, a 2-year break from classical chess. And Levon Aronian was the runner-up. This is the second one. Then there's a complex system of points determining who wins after 3 total events. All players are supposed to play in 2 of the 3 events.
Yeah, and yeah, the current point standings in the Grand Prix are as follows, with only 1 having been played. It's, you know, a lot is still up in the air, but obviously winning one of these 3 outright puts you in a very, very solid position. If Hikaru, I think if he gets out of group, he is more or less safe and dry, home and dry. But even if he doesn't, I think he is probably okay. We'll see.
In the meantime, Mr. Vidit.
Knight b6 played, yeah, that's an interesting one, because you are sort of driving the king to, I mean, not safety. b8 doesn't look like safety in anybody's world, I would say, but you are making the situation sort of more defined for black. Yeah, I wonder what the follow-up is, because bishop c5 now is a very, very big threat. Maybe he wants to go like bishop f4 check. and then take on d6 and then go rook b1. But yeah, that doesn't look particularly happy. Also, we have to mention that in the current position, black has the option of bailing out by playing queen b6, right? But
Oh, wow.
What?
No, I didn't see that was legal. And I would do that in a heartbeat if we're not losing material.
Yeah, but that, I mean, this endgame is going to be annoying for black because of how weak the king on c8 is. But yeah, it definitely is an option that could be explored. But I guess Sheriff just doesn't believe he is much worse, and he just plays king b8 quite quickly. So far, I don't really understand why he is supposed to be worse. Like, I haven't really figured out what Vidit is planning to do here, because I think rook b1, bishop c5 is quite comfortable for black. Bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop takes, rook takes, reestablishes the threat of e4, e3. And the knight is still hanging on b6. That also doesn't really look very clean. Yeah, maybe you can play bishop c4 here, but yeah, bishop c4, e3, like, looks like a huge mess. I have no idea what this is. I mean, yeah, you can do it immediately. That's maybe very strong, yeah.
Keep an eye on this, yeah.
Yeah, I thought bishop takes 6 was forced, but it's not, yeah. This is very clever, yeah. Okay.
This is bad news, because now we can take and take.
Yeah, now we can take and take, and I don't think this will work out, yeah. Even though, even this variation continues, right? Bishop, if we could go back for a second to that position we just had on the screen. Bishop d6, we go rook takes.
You have e3 or what?
Bishop b3, e3. Queen g3, e2. And then queen e3 check and queen takes b6. And I'm guessing black is still worse in the final position after bishop takes f7. But this is not the rook takes e2 first, and then we'll take something, yeah. I'm definitely picking white in that final position, but it's not the end of the world. It's still a somewhat playable position for black.
So we did better, but it's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess, and yeah, Sheriff left himself 13 minutes to get to the time control from move 21. But yeah, continues very much flying the flag for, you know, mayhem and absolutely unquantifiable, you know, crazy positions. Yeah, very sort of inspiring to see him not changing one bit into his 50s.
So you're
yeah, I have a feeling I've probably blundered something along the way, but not sure where, and also not sure how relevant it is.
Yeah. No, I was just trying to reproduce the line because there was some question. But the question I think we can answer, why not queen f2 here?
I would take on f2, but they can be, yeah.
b6. What have you achieved, really?
Yeah. Yeah, the rook is also attacking the knight, so you're not saving the knight that way.
And this on the board, bishop d6.
All this on the board,
bishop
yeah.
c4.
So it looks like we at least sort of guessed correctly what the plan is for both sides. I'm wondering if after queen e7 you can't just, I don't know, play f takes e4 and say, I don't need to win this knight immediately, I can just make a useful waiting move. Remove the e4 pawn from the board and maintain all of my threats. Seems plausible. I'm actually struggling to figure out how to reply to this with black. Looks kind of bad. Maybe it takes on f4 and king a7, but that really does look horrible.
I read BC dollar wow in chat, and I thought, wow, something must have happened to the Bitcoin course conversion rate, but it was just meant as bishop c4 and caps lock, was it?
Yeah.
So white is winning here, or at least the bar says white is much better?
Yeah, the bar is definitely suggesting that Vidit is ahead, but Yeah, I actually kind of like FE more than I like the previous line. Yeah. No, bishop b3 we didn't even check because bishop b4. Yeah, allowing bishop b4 doesn't look right. Yeah. This one looks like it might be more of a mess than white needs, even if the resulting position is still good. But yeah, queen e7 fe currently is my best guess as to where really big problems are for black. While we're waiting for that, there's also like the Fedoseev position is now a huge big mess, unsurprisingly. So maybe we can take a brief look at that.
Let's go.
Yeah, because yeah, the H pawn is now gone, and
this happened.
And Fedoseev very wisely did not open the G file for Ricci, and then went for the rook lift from E8 to F5, and yeah, taking immediately probably has some tactical issues, even though there's definitely a tactical issue with blundering the bishop on E4. So he played rook F5 here, supported the bishop with rook E8, and then further supported it with knight C5, and then he took on H5. And
still looks bad, but
I'm guessing the question is like before looks like a piece, right? But I guess he takes and goes something like bishop B7 or bishop C6 or somewhere. Oh no, rook D4 is annoying, yeah. Yeah. So what's the move here?
Is there a move?
Well, he's definitely planning something.
That is likely.
Yeah, Messerless says we can start with bishop h4 first. We don't actually need to commit to b2 b4 in the current position. That does make a decent amount of sense. Just not breaking up the structure on the king side like this. But still, I'm very curious why this isn't winning for white.
Oof.
Maybe knight e6? Knight e6 is like there's a reasonably straightforward. I'm
gonna say this maybe.
Oh, this as well. Yeah, this as well. Okay.
So what's the verdict? Rapport should go bishop h4 and he's better, but it's a mess, or what was that?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it probably is something along those lines, because before continues being a threat. Bishop takes g4 is definitely a threat right now, and yeah, white still has things reasonably under control here, I would assume. We'll see. Also, you know, shaping up nicely in terms of being a very sharp time trouble, as are many games today. Yeah, Sasha took on e6 twice, which we've established the engine doesn't quite love because of queen a5, followed by, I think, bishop d8 was the move that the machine was making after knight d5.
Oh yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, and then something before queen takes a3, and then some randomness, which yes, I can no longer remember what it was, but it was something along these lines, and the evaluation was around equal, which once again, like, this doesn't really look like it should be equal. It looks like somebody should be winning here. But yeah, these days, if you look at things, if you look at the equality, no, that doesn't work. I was going for some kind of a stare into the abyss thing, but it kind of fell apart in my mind.
Not familiar with the reference that fell apart in your mind.
Yeah, Sasha also left himself 4 minutes here. You know, completely pinned himself, you know, potentially lost the knight on e6 to the pin, and also left himself 4 minutes. Or as we here call it, a Tuesday.
afternoon.
Or
Sorry, I'm just doing stuff here because I was asked if we're reading the YouTube chat as well, and I wasn't. I had the Twitch and the Chess24 chat open. Let's have a look at the YouTube chat. How are things?
yeah. Hello, fellow YouTubers.
Are you a YouTuber?
Uh,
Do you upload your Hearthstone streaming to YouTube?
no, but
But the world deserves to see it after 6 months.
yeah, I do occasionally have to do some, Chinese restaurant music related things which require uploading to YouTube, but
Oof. Sounds rough.
yeah. Lime Pink has asked this question before as well, and yeah. Do you have some final words on the Boba Fett series? I was really enjoying it until the final episode, which I think was sort of too many things happening at once and too many things they needed to kind of tie up. They did not have a particularly good way to tie up, but yeah, I mean, it was enjoyable. It was... I've seen worse. Not going to be something I rewatch over and over, but I've definitely seen worse.
But if the journey was enjoyable, do you judge a series by not tying up all the loose ends?
Not really, no. It's just that, like, specifically there was the start where they built the sort of the premise, and they gave us an inkling of what the final fight will be, and then there were a number of episodes in the middle where basically they were just fleshing out the backstories for some characters, and that was very enjoyable, very, very slow, not much happening, but still very enjoyable. And then, in a complete antithesis to that, the final episode was like everything happening at once, and like all sweetness and light, and good triumphing over evil, which I would like some more of that in my life, but
Oof. I'm not gonna watch it.
fair enough.
Very busy with Pam and Tommy.
Are you?
No, but I'm up to date. I'm watching Pam and Tommy. It's about Pamela Anderson Lee and her husband Tommy Lee, and the sex tape that got stolen from them in, when was it? I don't know, what was it? 90s? Seth Rogen is in the show. It's okay.
It's fine, yeah.
Oh, you're watching that as well?
No, but I'm aware of its existence.
Then how do you know it's fine?
You said Seth Rogen is in the show, and then you kind of left it hanging, and I did confirm that having Seth Rogen in the show is fine.
Oh yeah, that is fine. There's no rules against having Seth Rogen in your shows. What's Anish's position like?
I have no idea. People have been asking for us to actually talk about this, and yeah, I even wanted to, but I didn't know what to say. It's very confusing because I want to say White is slightly better, but I'm not sure he is. I think Queen A3 is a very annoying move because it feels like you're leaving your king side completely open to some kind of a swashbuckling mating attack, but I don't particularly see a swashbuckling mating attack. And
do something swashbuckling, Anish.
Yes. Specifically, produce a card of your opponent's class. That's a very swashbuckling thing to do. Knight c3 is not very swashbuckling, on the other hand. I think that's
the opposite of swashbuckling.
Yeah, that's very... it's very solid. But, if none of the buckling was actually swashing, maybe you kind of want to make sure you don't lose the a2 pawn, and then...
I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta buckle up and go for it.
Yeah, bishop c3 did exist, because after knight e4 and queen a2, you actually lose the queen to rook a1. I was trying to figure out what I think about rook f4 in this position, but it's probably unnecessary. Yeah, we probably just go like queen d6 or queen c5 or somewhere, yeah, after d.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
He played knight c3, rook d to e8.
Yeah, I very much like rook d to e8 because I think we, as black, I think you would very much like white to spend more time and energy driving the queen away from a3. Like if you provoke rook b3 here, I think you're quite happy because it probably doesn't belong on b3.
So what does the computer say? Roughly equals, slightly better for white.
Slightly better for white still, yeah, because the bishop on b6 is still not really included in the game, but yeah, not horrible. I think Amin is handling this quite well, and they all, my new special skill apparently is reading the clock. Neither of them is going to be enjoying the time travel here, I feel. It's only move 21. And the position is, I think, potentially surprisingly sharp and also quite delicate to play, so going to be quite a task to handle it properly on 13 and 8 minutes respectively.
I'm reading that Shirov blundered.
He played queen e8 all the way back to e8, and okay, so what's the difference? The difference is after queen g3, the rook on d6 will hang, right? So we can just go takes, and take on b3. And e3, e2 is no longer possible because it's hanging on d6. So we're just a piece up? Question mark, question mark? Very confusing because, hard to imagine what you can miss in this calculation as well. Maybe he wants to play queen b5, but that looks also, ef knight c4 is, I think, resignable because, we're just not going to react to the pawn f3. We're going to allow fg and very happily use it as a cover for our king here. Yeah, just feels like a very strange miscalculation for a tactician of Shirov's caliber to make. If it's a miscalculation, we're probably missing some point to what he's doing, but I just don't see what it is. Yeah.
Half a heart Bogo Bongo is once more acknowledgement.
We acknowledge you.
Very much acknowledging you, half a heart Bongo Bongo.
The Yuangi Shahryar Mamedjarov game did end in a draw. It did seem like it was going to happen, and it did happen, yeah. No particular shockers there.
This one, Maxime still pawn down?
Yeah, he actually did not manage to save the pawn, but it feels like the piece activity here probably saves him from too much trouble. As I mentioned, these types of positions, even if black is not tied down to the protection of things, if black sort of consolidates, they're difficult to win. Not impossible, but difficult. But with the pieces as passive as they are, feels like you might not even have a proper conversion phase here because you kind of never get out of the corner. Struggling to figure out how to sort of unpin my pieces here. But maybe you go c6 and then queen e6 or something. c6, let's say rook c7, queen e6. But the issue is that rook ending is probably drawn.
At this point, you take probably drawn with some micro chances, no?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think that's the absolute best case scenario for black. It's just that I think the best pawn for your winning chances there is supposedly the knight pawn, right? The b and g. And although, hang on, no, b is better than a, but maybe closer to the center is. I wish I knew these things. I'm pretty sure there's a very, very well-established sort of body of work on this topic, right? And yeah,
Body of evidence.
or body of evidence as well, yeah. Okay, so we do get a glimpse into what Sheriff wanted out of this piece sacrifice, but it doesn't look convincing. Just nice if you have G3, like it's just not going to be enough. Your king is like, if black had enough pawns on the queen side to kind of play long game here after G3, I don't know, I retreat with the rook and suddenly I have, you know, as if by magic, pawns on C7 and B6 appear. Then yes, maybe it's a playable position, but you still get mated on the queen side.
So I can take here, no?
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, I just such a kind of a weird thing to have happened because, I mean, his position probably wasn't great, but this looks like kind of a trivial miscalculation, which leads to immediate collapse. I'm actually gonna check. Yeah, so after bishop c4, had he played, yeah, queen e7 was also losing, but he could have played e3. Yeah, e3 was still somehow keeping the game afloat because I guess bishop e3, queen takes e3 is the point, and black is also queen e5 first, but
so was queen e7 losing?
Queen e7 knight d5 apparently wins on the spot, and maybe he actually saw that and realized this is losing, and this is why he went queen e8. And now I guess
just losing.
I guess just bishop takes d5 and queen b6. Yeah.
Ah, that's the point.
Yeah. And I wouldn't really like. Alexei is definitely sharp enough to have spotted this. Yeah, queen takes a6. I think is like mate, and knight c1 was not. Knight c1 was not a bad move there, but yeah.
Oh, yes. sorry.
But queen a6 does without any kind of finesse or anything, just kind of mates by brute force. So yeah, I wouldn't really put it past him to actually find knight d5 and realize queen e7 is losing and just make some kind of a move because he had a minute and had to make a move. But e3 was still very much keeping the game afloat because bishop takes e3 doesn't quite work, and queen b2 is the best move apparently, and then after queen f5, black actually stays alive. It's not even completely lost at all. Queen b2, queen f5, takes, bishop, queen takes b3, e2, and then queen c5 check. And black actually does get to win the queen with knight on b6 back, but obviously the resulting position is unpleasant because white can just take on e2, take on f7 in the end.
Rook b1, yes.
I guess e1 check is maybe the simplest, right? e1 check and then queen c5 anyway. Yeah, we've not equalized with black, but we definitely haven't lost the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what he did is just, I mean, the game is still ongoing, but I'm struggling to figure out how he, continues past move 30 in the current position. Yeah, this is quite cute by both of them after bishop h4, actually.
What happened here? Knight h5, bishop h4, that was the best move. We were told bishop f3, tactics, rook g4, more tactics.
Yeah, bishop g4 looks very nice for white, but black can play queen takes g4, right? And then after bishop takes f3, there is a choice. You can play queen g6 and pretend that you're not losing, although it looks like I wouldn't want to bet on you not losing here after knight d5, for instance. It just looks horrible. So I guess you just take on f3 twice. But that also is very, very unattractive, right? Because the knight on h5 is so bad. And maybe you play like c7, c6 here. Yeah, exactly. Like cut down on the knight d5 ideas. And if you can find the time to play, I don't know, f5, king f7, knight g7, you're not going to be doing that poorly. But feels like it's not great. Feels like it's not great.
I'm reading, Andreikin is a tactical monster. Of course, he will find it.
Yeah, there's a very, very cute tactic here, starting with the move queen takes e1. And this is why you were supposed to include b4, I guess, to stop queen takes e1 from happening. So we take on e1, rook e1, bishop e6. There's only the e3 square, because all the other squares are taken, actually. And then black goes knight g4, knight takes h6, and bishop takes d5 in the end. It's a very, very intricate tactic, but it's also sort of very direct, and white has only moves along the way. So as long as you kind of start calculating queen takes e1 in the first place, you're likely, I think, to get to the end, because the entire line is, there's basically no branching out. It's one straight line that you have to calculate.
Not sure about the yellow. Maybe I'll switch back to blue. So let's show some basics. Bishop e6 looks tempting, but there is this counter, queen e6, rook e6, and rook f8 is checkmate, which shows one reason for queen e1. This rook needs to get pinned and distracted from the f-file. And yeah, this line you just mentioned, once he considers queen e1, he will calculate the line. So yeah, what do we think? Is he gonna spot it?
9 minutes. How long has he been thinking here? But yeah, I mean, he is a very, very sharp tactician. So I think my money is on yes, but it's not an easy calculation. And yeah, there's been some questions in chat as to why we're calling the final position winning. You know, as long as white doesn't have any immediate tactical threats there, these types of positions where if we once again get to the final position in that line after queen takes h6, bishop takes d5, just put it on the board. Basically, these types of positions where, let's say, rook and two light pieces against the queen, if white doesn't launch some kind of an immediate attack, the simple fact that black has more pieces on the board very, very quickly becomes completely overwhelming.
Yeah.
And yeah, these are normally won very comfortably unless you have some immediate tactical issues to solve, like rook f1 here, maybe wait for the bishop to go somewhere, like for probably bishop e6, and then e4, e5 with some bishop takes g6 ideas, but they don't seem to work. So yeah, I think this is very close to completely winning for black.
That'd be bad news for Grishuk after, yeah. He did make it to the semis in the first Grand Prix he played. If he loses today, the first game with white, obviously his chances don't improve. And,
yeah, and you know, in a way, the way this game has been going is corresponding to that brief conversation we've had earlier, you know, in the beginning of the show regarding Sasha's general strategy, because he did kind of go all in at the first opportunity today.
Yeah.
Like the position after queen d8, he absolutely is not obliged to try to refute it by force. I think he had like 4 minutes there. So he basically did this on very, very little time with not a lot of chances to you know, proofread his own calculations here.
Yeah, and some move I can remember what computers say, but some normal people move like bishop e2. White is probably on the somewhat better side without any insanity.
Yeah.
Okay, he's not the type to back down if he thinks something works. No.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He is very principled. Like he always tries to make the absolute best moves in any position, in any way, in any chance, in any case. But feels like specifically in these tournaments, he also is very much of the opinion that you need to be very risk-taking. Yeah, queen e1 played in the current position. So yeah, Andreikin is now, I think, heavily favored to win this game. Yeah, there's some clearly board errors in the Rapport Fedoseev game, because this is obviously not what happened there.
Unlikely they went rook g5, queen g5.
Yeah. So I think, I think they got here.
Board.
Vladimir is now thinking whether to take on f3, which is unattractive, or to play queen g6, allow knight d5, and try to survive by tactical means, which also, frankly, looks unattractive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rook ending, yeah, this is kind of filling me with dread. Because in general, this has been a very, very tactical round. A lot of games have finished already, and some games will finish pretty soon. I'm pretty sure that Vidit will eventually play something simple like knight c4, and the game probably ends by him winning comfortably. But this rook ending might go on for a bit. and I will be forced to talk about it. And I don't know anything about rook endings.
Just wing it. Black more pawns. White fighting for draw. White probably should make draw, because black only one more pawn.
Yeah. Sage wisdom right there.
Where shall we go? Is there any immediate crisis? Shirov should be lost, as mentioned. Bakro, we haven't seen this for a while. Looks like Sam is doing all right now.
Yeah, Sam actually bailed out very, very nicely. I did briefly check in the break. The engine suggests that ED6 was quite strong, in fact, as we were talking about on move 20, but even stronger, apparently, according to the machine, was the move A2, A4, which I think is not easy to make on move 20, instead of bishop C3 or anything at all.
A4
just making
directly.
Yeah, like knight B5, queen D8, yeah, just here. Making sure that we're always taking with this pawn on B5 and not the other. And by doing this, we're apparently securing the center so well that then we can basically take all the time we want in launching something in the center or on the king's side. And yeah, the engines really, really hated this position for black. But now,
Magno giving up the right to challenge this horsey.
This is a difficult move, yeah. I think playing ED6 and then just kind of trusting in your attack is that was playable, but A4 is a very difficult move. Yeah, and currently Etienne is a pawn up and seems like he should be doing quite well, but black's counterplay on the queen side probably ensures that black is in no trouble whatsoever.
And didn't exchange queens.
Yeah.
Isn't the white king? He won queen h4.
He probably thought he might have an attack, yeah, but bishop b7, a very nice little move, kind of showing that no attack is forthcoming. Yeah, knight f1, I like knight b6 because the idea of a5, a4 is extremely annoying, and I have a feeling it's probably going to be some kind of a draw in the end, but
I don't know.
M has
starting to be optimistic about Sam's chances here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's often not so easy to stabilize now with this white position a bit overextended. Not saying you should lose, but it feels like, yeah.
If anyone is playing playing for a win here in practical terms, I think it is black, despite black being a pawn down in the current position. But it should still be fine. Anish might be much better now if we're, like maybe winning even. Something has gone badly wrong for Amin in the meantime.
No pun intended.
Yeah, something has not gone well at all here. Because we've been mentioning how poor the bishop on b6 stands, and Anish is very much demonstrating how much of a nuisance this bishop is, and the pawn on b7 being heavily pressurized. I'm guessing queen takes c6 probably wins quite comfortably, but there might be even stronger moves. I don't know. There might be a way to continue. Like, what move do you even make, let's say, if I play c2, c3 in this position?
You want c3? I thought you wanted to keep some bishop a4.
Yeah, that as well. But like, I think bishop e6, like queen e6, bishop takes d4 is the only way to kind of not resign there. So I want to take on e6 next move without giving up on d4 at all. And I'm saying you can't stop it.
Right. Go here. You
bishop c7. Although I have a feeling rook takes b7 still wins here. I think this.
I'm not claiming to be.
Just takes with the rook, and queen c8 maybe. Yeah. I mean, c3 is taking the piss a little bit. Obviously, it's there has to be something stronger. And honestly, queen takes e6 does look winning even now. Like queen e6, bishop d4, rook b7. I have a feeling white is not going to struggle too much to convert this into a full point.
Sorry, queen e6 here?
In the current position, no, without any.
Yeah, he does go queen e6.
Just no need to show off. Take the pawn that's on offer. If bishop d4, rook b7, I think white is kind of crashing through. Yeah, wouldn't have been that bad, but black just doesn't have enough time to consolidate, so I think you probably get mated. Like knight c5, you take, you go bishop c3, and the entire thing collapses, bishop d4, rook d7. And you kind of resign. feels like.
Yeah.
Although there was
won't enjoy very much.
Yeah, there was Queen f6 instead of Queen takes d7, which I blundered. But I mean, if all else fails, I'll take on f6 and take on a5. I guess. Then actually you can fail to win. So maybe there is some hope. Maybe there is some hope. Takes.
Nothing direct here. Queen 5.
You can start with rook d7, but I don't know if that's much better. Queen f6, I guess, yeah.
Quirino.
Yeah, still winning. I mean, just maybe slower than you would have ideally wanted with white, because you feel like you deserve to be winning on the spot. But
Bishop d4 played.
yeah, what else? Like you couldn't really not make this move.
How's the Giri time? Because we know.
Yeah, and I mean, apparently he's playing on increment already, judging by the 32 seconds he has on his clock. I don't know him that well, but I think he is generally a bit of a time travel.
I think he's known for getting into time travel, but I'm also not a specialist. On the meantime.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's have a look at Grishuk.
Yeah, that's a cute move.
Versus Andreikin.
Bishop to knight g7, just kind of saying, yeah, you can take on h6 again, but I'll just take on d5, take on c2. And your bishop on e2 is gone because the queen on h6
cannot help.
Yeah, the queen is a bit too far away from where the things are happening. Yeah, reasonably comfortably winning, I would say, for black, even though, yeah, Sasha is doing the right thing. I think he will get rid of, if possible, he'll probably play knight f6 check next move after rook f1, knight f7. I'm guessing knight f7. We give a check on f6. We get rid of the bishop pair, and then we we play c3, put the rook somewhere, play queen d4, h3, and black still needs to find some coordination. Knight on g7 is the famous fianchetto Sicilian knight is normally not a very strong piece, but black has all the time in the world to improve those pieces.
Would you say, as a rule, it's better to fianchetto bishops than knights?
Probably. Yeah,
worth keeping in mind. Also easier.
Yeah, that generally takes fewer moves.
Because the knight, let's say, from the starting position, you need like 3 moves to get here. Yeah. Magnus, he was challenging that wisdom, and instead of bishop g7 here, he used to play quite a bit of knight f6, e5, knight h5 to fianchetto the knight, but I think even he stopped at some point.
Yeah, I did some of that. Although I think I don't think I've ever done this in this move order. I've played a lot of knight f3, g6, e4, knight f6 in my life. Yeah. Including against Kramnik once.
So knight f3, g6 is basically saying, I want to play the Grunfeld, please don't play 2e4, sir.
Pretty much, yeah.
When they do play 2e4, you need a way out.
Yeah. I actually was close to winning in that game against Kramnik and then lost it anyway. He looked at me very strangely after I've done this. I think he was, we are not amused, as the meme goes. He was not.
Didn't have a hearty chuckle after knight f6?
No, I think he just kind of looked at me. It wasn't a hearty chuckle kind of look. It was that kind of like, what are you, an idiot? kind of look, which, considering our personal score and everything else, I felt was not entirely out of place. But I was kind of winning at one point. Sklansky bucks on very much on my side in that game.
Anish, so thinking about this. Also looks pretty good.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Knight f6, maybe? Oh, just c3, right? We just
pin it.
Queen e8. Hang on a second. This is or rook e8, but probably queen e8.
Okay.
Either one. So how do we?
We can just take the pawn.
Yeah, we don't have to. We don't have to.
Hang on. I wish I could.
Yeah, people are saying MVL actually saved his game. I wonder if something dramatic happened there that improved it from being an endgame, which is probably
saved it by playing G4.
I'm guessing he just develops enough activity. He's sort of just in time with his counterplay. Is he King F8? F5 takes the he's just in time, right? He gets the king to F4 and then goes Rook A7, and that doesn't really look like you're ever losing that position, right?
Chat, how does Peter know the term Sklansky bugs? We've established on a previous episode of the show. He's never read a poker book. It's probably on some internet forum, or he's watched it on TV and picked it up.
Yeah.
All right, Maxime, French School of Suffering in full effect. He's good at these rook endings. He'll make a draw. Rapport.
Yeah.
Is he counting pawns? Equal pawns? Then
equal pawns, but yeah, Bar says white is much, much better, and it's really not a surprise because plenty of weaknesses to play against. Going to be quite hard to consolidate. Knight A2 looks like a smart move as well, yeah, just hitting. Once it gets to d4, it just hits everything.
He's saying he used to browse 2+2. That's possible. I've heard him say my only weakness is hungry and sleepy.
More than once, yeah.
Rapport. Never hungry, never sleepy. Always a beacon of joy, motivation, loves playing chess. And here, once again, he is about to put pressure on Fedoseev. Yu Yang-yi is not American.
Yeah.
Anish has taken on.
Yeah, we got here, and now he's thinking about Bishop C3 because he's probably realized it's not actually winning the game on the spot because of the existence of Queen F6 there. Not sure he has anything better though. Like Rook D7 exists, but it doesn't look like a huge improvement. Hang on a second. No, I was going to say maybe Rook D7, Queen F6, Queen C4, with the idea of playing Bishop C3 later, but there is Queen F5 there.
Ettore Russo is asking, anyone knows why you managed to play and Ding not? I do not know. Ding Liren, the world number 3, there was, I never saw any definite statement. I only read, that it was impossible in spite of both sides trying hard, that there was no way to guarantee his return to China. It sounded like this was COVID related, but I never fully got it. And to me, it's a valid question why Yu Yang-yi, but I don't have any background info at all.
Yeah, it's definitely the right question to ask, but we just I definitely don't have any insight.
I also didn't see any published stuff on it. It's I don't know. It's a pity that we don't have Ding Liren participating in this because having the world number 3 in the candidates obviously be good news, especially after what happened to him in the last candidates, where circumstances were far from ideal as well with quarantine and so.
Definitely going to be a blow to the people who want as fully represented, elite in the candidates. And you have to feel for Ding because by 2020 he was clearly a very well established, one of the front runners for any kind of the tournament anyone wanted to run. And then Yekaterinburg happened the way it happened, and it was just very, very difficult for both him and how to play. And then this happened with the Grand Prix. So
Vidit won his game. In the meantime, congrats to Vidit, starting well here. Shirov resigned.
Yeah, there is no attack, and eventually.
7.
Which
No
sounds
attack piece down, nothing to hope for.
the final indignity of actually even this move being extremely
Give
efficient.
me that pawn.
Yeah, I'll get to all the f pawns in due time, but for now I want to win the one that is.
FIDE was already Indian number 2 before this game, but yeah, with him winning and Hare Krishna losing, of course, that will increase the rating difference a little bit.
Yep. Yeah.
Where did it all go wrong for Shirov? Although maybe his position was already tricky. Coming out of the opening with the weaker king.
Yeah, we could check.
Then, yeah. I think computer wanted queen e6 here instead of queen c6. And somehow, yeah, this was already very tough to play.
Yeah, this apparently is already quite poor for black, and the engines are not hugely in favor of e5, e4, and suggest kind of playing quietly with the king on e8, which is also just like the suggested way of playing after queen f2 is. If a human suggested that, that would be you would term it very brave. Let's put it like this. But machines can afford to be brave with their strength these days.
This question, I thought the second and third legs were in Spain. This is in Belgrade. Yeah, they were never supposed to be in Spain. There was some talk about having all of them in Berlin. But yeah, currently the first one was in Berlin. Now this one is in Belgrade, and the third one will be in Berlin again. Maybe you're thinking of the candidates tournament. That is scheduled to be in Madrid in June.
Yeah.
So let's do a very brief wrap up of the action so far. Hare Krishna lost to Vityugov after blundering on move 13. I think this one we can call a blunder because
I think
changes the evaluation from whatever it is equal to lost. 95, knight e4, missing this one. Pawn dropped and the position became hopeless. Vityugov converted fairly effortlessly. Shirov, we just saw, lost to FIDE in a very messy game, but it never looked like FIDE was under pressure. It always looked like FIDE had choices, and then Shirov barely went wrong, or the final mistake engine-wise was queen to e8. Just a piece down with not enough to show for it. Then we had a draw in Yu Yang Yi against Mamedyarov. Although the opening looked kinky, the game itself, I think, was just a solid display by both sides. Those are the decisive games, the decided games so far, right?
Yeah, I think that's it this far, but things are kind of coming to a boil. I think Sasha is now more or less completely busted because some more trades happened and the pawn on e4 was lost. And once the pawn on e4 gets lost, it's just...
Oh, he did resign. Right?
Oh, okay, he just did resign, yeah. But yeah, you kind of get mated. This is what we've referred to earlier. Basically, white has 2 pieces and black has 4, and the fact that one of them is a queen stops.
Yeah, especially with play predominantly on one side of the board, the number of pieces just crushes.
The bishop will get to c6, and then black will just launch an attack on the king side, and just that will decide. And there's really no counterplay. So yeah, very poor start for Sasha, obviously losing the game with the white pieces here. But yeah, he did play for the maximum at some point and miscalculated, and it ended up immediately costing him basically everything. I think our prediction that Sam will be playing for a win is being born true, borne out by events as we speak. So yeah, he eventually provoked b3, put the pawn on a3, and now he is currently, after Etienne went for the slightly desperate f4, f5, he is pushing for an endgame in which he's a pawn down, but which will be extremely dangerous for white. I suspect probably lost, actually, if the queens do come off, because the pawn on a2, after the knight gets to c3, or maybe even b4, is even more threatening, to make sure no b4, bishop b3 ever happens. And eventually the pawn on a2 just falls. You can't hold it. Eventually, it just falls, and then the pawn a3 wins the game for black.
The endgame looks terrible.
Yeah, I think
Can white do something else? I'm just confused by the engine bar saying white is.
Okay, so
you queen g3 or what?
I guess maybe
e6.
He's gone e6, which I don't. Okay, you have ef, right? So, and I guess he means fe queen with rook takes d5, right? But what about this?
Must be some trick. And this is it, yeah? Rook d5.
Yeah, this is probably just the perpetual, but I think Etienne, in time trouble, and also as we've mentioned, like if things go wrong for white in these types of positions, they probably go wrong to such an extent.
Can we play on here? How does black make a draw?
You have bishop f3 now or something, yeah?
b4 or something.
Yeah. So let's say king h8, we go check, and just before bishop b3, yeah. Yeah, here I have rook c4 maybe. But queen e5 and bishop f3 maybe actually does win on the spot, right? Instead of queen d4.
Oh yeah, this is more efficient.
Just get it over to the d5 square and the game ends.
d5.
Yeah, I have back rank issues, yeah.
Well, bishop d5 is still check, so you probably see.
Yeah. But what about the endgame? Can I play just queen g5 ef and then I don't know which square to choose? Let's go with. I'm kind of bothered. Actually, I'm not that bothered. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go king f8. Yeah, the thing is, I was wondering about rook e8 check in this position, forcing me to take twice, and sadly for black, the second capture has to be with the king because it's a double check. And then we go rook takes g5. But even in that position, after knight c3, black is better, right? Just maybe not enough. Yeah, this is still not fun for white, but there might be some way to save ourselves for white because there is rook a5 at some point. Anish chose a very interesting way to convert what I assumed was a very nice technical win. He's actually trying to give mate now in a position with equal material.
Go there in a second.
Yeah, king f8 played. Yeah, if the immediate rook g5 happens here, I feel like, once again, after, I don't know which one is stronger. Let's go knight b4, yeah. Knight b4, rook a5, rook c1 or something. I'd be worried with white. I'd be very worried. But maybe we're okay. Maybe we can go like, I don't know, rook f1 or... Rook f1, knight a2 though. Yeah, I'm not sure we're making a draw here. Bishop e2.
Hang on.
Go on.
No, sorry. Just surprised that this ended in a draw.
Yeah, that's yeah, Vladimir defended very. He found a very cute way here. Yeah, he played knight b3, bishop g3, and then he found a way to.
But yeah, bishop g3 was the move. I'm just switching on the engine here because we kept saying Rapper was better, and yeah, here it does say plus 150.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, like rook d3, knight c5, and where do we go? Like c3 or?
Why is this so overwhelming? Okay, white is just better, yeah.
Yeah, you're just better strategically, yeah. But I think he probably thought he was winning by force with bishop g3, and yeah, that allowed rook g6, king h3, and then knight a5, and he was still better even here if he chose to give up the pawns on c4 and b2, but
it's not an easy decision.
Bishop b8 also.
Apparently, it's still crushing. But...
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, this is already computer world.
Yeah, this is very much machine generated, and I'm guessing he was very low on time by this point. But yeah, once you allow c6, c5, machine still very much likes this for white, but it's clearly sort of the best position black had in a long time, and yeah, I guess Richie also probably felt that he kind of lost track and it's sort of slipping away. But yeah,
offered a draw while he's still maybe slightly better. But
yeah, bc5 is sort of the final mistake because now he really isn't. But yeah, even here he could continue with like rook d1 or bishop h2 is also machine suggests that the bishop is very strong and there's no reason no reason to allow the trade. And the fact that the opponent before is hanging is irrelevant for some reason. But yeah, he will be somewhat unhappy about this, obviously, because it will feel like there's a genuine chance missed. But yeah, Vladimir is a good defender. Vladimir is definitely somebody who it is very difficult to pin down, which comes from, I think, playing in such a style and in such a way that he gets a lot of very dodgy positions. So, you know, if he doesn't know how to create problems in them, then he really is in trouble. Yeah, knight before played here. Oh, looks like white is just completely fine now. Yeah, I was very wrong about this position. A number of moves are even, as you know, machine is suggesting white is actually even better, even though they are actually just a draw if you let it think long enough, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, white is running no risks here. Bishop g4 is fine, even something like h2, h3 is apparently completely fine.
There are debates why the chats have gone so quiet, and the current theory seems to be that most of the chat is digesting Marmite, and therefore they don't have the energy to type anymore, which is understandable. Like yeast can be heavy. Wait, did you already have dinner? You normally don't eat after like 2 p.m. or something, right? You have strange.
No, I do eat, but these types of shows when we start at 5 and then we have like one break at 7 something where the break isn't very long. I got myself some tea and a protein bar, which we came by mistake today, and that will be the dinner.
My policy is I buy everything with protein on it. Like recently I purchased, and this is not a joke, protein salmon in the supermarket. Because as we all know, salmon itself doesn't have any protein. But I got protein salmon.
Yeah.
I was very happy when I found it.
Yeah, that is not overkill at all. And yeah, apparently Anisha is just completely winning here. I thought this might be a bit tricky, but you can actually continue hard pushing for mate here by playing like king g4, king h5, or even king h4, king h5, and that reestablishes the threat of g5, g6, and the black position starts collapsing. Yeah.
Good for you, Anish. Good for you. Here, check. Here. Maybe even g6 wins. I can't calculate. Nope. Doesn't win yet. Thank you, computer. But if white just takes a moment.
Yeah.
No defense.
Yeah, it's just the g pawn is too strong and the a pawn is not running fast enough, so white always gets there first. So we actually really only have this and the there's also the rook ending. There's 3 games running left. This one, the rook ending that MVL is trying to save and probably will save against Predke, and the Bakro-Shanklin game, which was also probably just safe for both.
What is this position?
Yeah, they've
Computer still is not worried about anything, but
yeah,
most humans do not like pawns on a3.
Yeah, but apparently our counterplay on the king side is just enough, so we can go. You know, as long as I think it's a smart idea not to allow yourself to be pinned along the back rank. So starting with bishop g4 here makes a ton of sense. Bishop g4, rook c2, and yeah, the engine just goes h4 here and starts white's own play on the king's.
Brazen.
Yeah, and after rook a2, we can actually start creating threats. You know, like rook g5, and then we force black to take on f7, and yeah,
Curious, they do make look chess so easy. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's suddenly, yeah,
Worry about nothing.
Yeah, there's seemingly a very strong passer on a3, and we are about to lose this endgame, but in fact we are giving mate on the other side of the board. So that is the relevant part of the equation here. And yeah, white is not only completely safe, black actually has to work not to lose this position, apparently. So yeah, I think on move 40, a move like bishop g4 would have been difficult to make. On move 41, or actually 42 by this point, but like past 40, where Etienne has an additional hour to make the same decision. It's not an hour though, like it's 30 minutes. I don't know why I said an hour, but still, he, I would say, definitely doesn't lose with white. I don't know if he actually figures out that in some positions he can play for a win, because it really doesn't look like it currently, but pretty sure he is completely fine.
All right. So let's focus on the running games.
Yeah. So this one,
no queens left.
Yeah,
3 games, 0 queens.
Not a queen left inside. Yeah, after 4 hours.
You think? What are the odds that we will get a queen?
Probably not very high. Yeah, I think.
You don't think so? Like rook e8 and recapture as a queen?
Ah, yeah, that one actually might happen. Yeah, that's a good argument. I forgot about that.
I would say it's a solid 30% that we get 1 queen or more. There's a debate if life was better 50 years ago. Strange to have maybe today with what's happening, or are we just talking technology? I wasn't around 50 years ago, believe it or not. My theory has long been that we should, mid-90s. That's when I was still sort of young. We had enough technology. We should have stopped then, like tech-wise. All this other stuff. Then again, we wouldn't have been able to do this in the mid-90s. We would have had to sit somewhere next to each other, Peter. And even then, it would have been tough to broadcast our thoughts to the world. Well, thoughts is a strong word. Your thoughts. So what's your favorite decade?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to argue against the decade in which we were like, late teens, early 20s.
Even though everyone is either glorifying whatever decade it was when you were 16 till 18, right?
Yeah.
So in your case,
even though like apart from me being sort of younger and having a sunnier outlook, if such a thing is possible, 90s in Russia don't really have very much to recommend themselves.
Right.
You
had movie clubs and
yes, we
Mastermind.
Video clubs, yeah.
Video clubs, sorry, yeah.
Video clubs, yeah. And I've recently, we've been discussing things with my kids, and I told them that, they very, very likely will get to leave a version of that, which is something I did not expect to happen. But that's simply because I'm bad at predicting things that will happen, I think.
What do you think will happen here?
Draw.
Better be careful, Maxim.
Yeah, GH, King, G7 trying to get it to F6 seems logical, but then you probably just can't make any progress. I still get confused even about these rook endings somehow. Yeah, this endgame I'm actually like.
This one is not that confusing.
Yeah, even without the engine variation staring us in the face, here you kind of know you can calculate your way out. Whereas in the MVLN game, it feels like you might be at some point called upon to demonstrate some basics, and yeah, that fills my heart with unimaginable dread. Like, why is this a draw? King G7, King G4, King F6. Why is this such an easy draw?
Computer ain't worry about nothing.
Yeah, computer just says it is. Why are you asking?
Leave me alone.
Yeah, like,
how do you see it zeros?
Yeah, like, clearly a draw.
Move.
Yeah, clearly a draw. Why are you asking me those stupid questions? But it
does feel like a draw. Like you can't really come with a king because there will be counterplay against this. But yeah. Computer very unimpressed.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Although also kind of harsh, right? Because Fredke was basically winning in that game, but sort of the moment in the game where he was completely winning was surprisingly very, very short. And the solution, despite his position looking completely overwhelming, was very, very computery.
There were two, but both of them were somewhat computerish, right? I think after Queen B1, we were told Knight H5 was winning, but...
So that actually is the solution, yeah, so that worked, yeah.
I just read in the chat, I haven't checked, but I'm checking now.
Yeah, does seem like it probably does crash through.
Apparently, yeah. White's defenses are being overstretched here, but all these lines are, pretty impossible to calculate.
Mm-hmm.
Although you can tell black is better here, but why this is better than the other,
yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then there was this rook b6 c4 queen b4 line, which
the other moment.
I'm very sure
b6 was obvious. Try to bring the rook here, but the point is after c4 you don't go rook e6 because then queen d4.
Yeah, you're still better, but it's not winning. Yeah, you have to see queen b4, and you have to realize how strong it is.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, bishop d4, and I guess now we play rook e6, yeah. Or c5, maybe c5 and bc simply. Oh, yeah, just c5 and we win both of them. Because of the pin along the b file. Yeah, but just considering queen d4, queen d2 before in that position is just completely impossible, I think. It's just not a move that crosses your mind. And yeah, a huge opportunity to beat one of the best players in the world with the black pieces probably will get, will go by the wayside, but
likely.
I haven't actually listened to that Meowie Babas. I know about the new album and I'm very much waiting for it, but I haven't listened to the new song yet. I don't know why. I'm kind of keeping it for a rainier day. No idea what that would entail really by this point.
How's it? They made it past move 40. Yeah,
that's
keep running, and we have this weird thing which we keep having, but doesn't mean that anybody lost on time. That the clocks will only start displaying the times after move 41 has been made, or move 42, whatever it is, after the one side has run out of the first disposable time. That makes sense.
Yeah. And yeah, there's been some politely worded mention that we might be kind of jumping between games a little bit too quickly, but it's because we're
that's fair. Sorry.
Yeah, we're waiting for something decisive to happen somewhere, because it feels like all three of these games we are sort of expecting that we've already said sort of how the movie ends. We've described the likely outcome, but since it's that moment in the game where players have reached the time control and are taking a very understandable, kind of a breathing break to regain control, get the nerves in order and so on, and also the position might be complicated and there's some calculation. So there is a kind of a dull, slightly kind of a lull in action, and we are waiting for things to start happening again, to stick with whichever game provides that. I guess Anish's is the one that is the closest to conclusion.
This one is more or less over, right? And this battle formation is just crushing here.
Yeah, eventually, you either lose the entire queenside trying to stop g5, g6 by keeping the rook on d5, or you allow g5, g6 and you die. So yeah, things just start falling apart here.
But also, eye test wise, it looks completely lost now. Like the white coordination is too good.
Yeah.
This one, we don't really have that much to say other than should be a draw, but should very much still be played out. But yeah, with the number of pawns so reduced, and as the attacker, you usually actually don't want to have these 2 pawn islands here. Might seem like it gives you more targets, but also makes it very hard to use this king, because then the counterplay on the king side will be very fast.
It's faster,
so apparently, it's just a draw. So these 2 are more or less clear. Of course, they will still be played out, but the result would be very surprising if it ended in anything but a draw here and a Giri win. So the interesting one is really Bakro Shankland, where all 3 results, I would say, are still in play, no?
Yeah, I think this is the one which still has intrigue, but a lot rides on what Etienne chooses here, because I think there's a number of ways here for him to make a very comfortable draw, but there is also, if he decides to get slightly frisky, he could try for that line with bishop g4 and just like give up the pawn on a2 for dead, and play for his own trumps on the king side. But I don't know. I think it's just like optically, it's just very difficult. It would be very difficult for me, for instance, in this position, if I had this position in a practical game, to even start convincing myself I might be better with white. The threat to the pawn on a2 is just too scary. Then again, chicken chess club represent, and
yeah, I was surprised by that statement. Usually your trademark optimism, no matter what the position, would just tell you must find way to keep fighting. That's how I do it.
Absolutely, yeah. This is what we're famous for as players. Yeah, we'll see. He's been in the tank for a while, but apparently still has time, even from some leftover time from the first time control, which I didn't realize. I thought they were both in time trouble, but apparently Etienne kept a very, very steady hand. Yeah.
That's what he's known for.
He does play bishop g4. Yeah, well done to Etienne.
It was a board error. Yeah, here he comes.
Yeah, well done to Etienne for spotting that, in particular because I think it pretty much commits him to giving up the pawn on a2 in the fashion that we described, because there's really no good way to save it after rook c2 that makes any sense.
Is that the real Alex Yarolinsky we have or had in the chat?
I think so, yeah. I was also kind of slightly shocked and also very happy to see that, because that's...
Greetings. Someone give that man a GM title and that fancy crown if it's him. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Road to Chess Improvement, still one of my favorites. Check that book out.
Yeah, I think he just left, sadly. I think he said something along the lines of not very much left to watch here, so I'll just disembark.
How dare he? Which is missing out on our expert banter.
Oh yeah. That is something nobody should be, in lack of. Yeah, I can't finish that sentence or any sentence.
All right, let's stay here. Other 2 games as mentioned look fairly decided.
Yeah.
Rook c2, must attack pawn. We had this line, yeah, which is the computer line
H4.
H4.
H4 is the best move here,
It's
apparently.
logical too.
H3 also playable, but apparently it's useful. I think controlling the G5 square might be useful in some lines because we want to box the king in and control the exits there. But H3 is also okay. White is just not really running any risks anymore.
So let's make some moves. We take, and yes, rook G5. This was this.
Yeah,
that's not easy to spot though, is
No.
it? Like if
No.
not, white is not better. But apparently, this is really the key idea. King F7, rook F1,
and then rook E7, and yeah, we've established the setup. We're basically threatening mate in like 4 with bishop E6 and then rook 1 F7. So black has to take emergency measures here, just not to get straight up mated by playing knight C6 and then maybe knight E5 or knight D4. But white establishes a couple of rooks on the 7th, and even if that doesn't win white the game, it definitely, absolutely secures no risk whatsoever for white.
Now you're speaking my language. In the CCC, we tend to prioritize no risk whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And rook C2 plate.
And yeah, we appreciate your work, Alehin Battery, because apparently Yermo is a grandmaster and has a badge.
Wow.
On the website, as things should be.
We do know it's him, yeah? Like, if not, maybe it's just some guy who calls himself Yermo, who we now promoted to the greatest honor that can be given in chess.
Known to man, yes.
Crown on Chess 24 and a GM title. There's a question if Anish did lose on time. He did not. The clock only changes once they ran out of the 1 hour 30 they had to begin the game with. He did not lose on time. Don't you worry. Or cheer, depending where you stand.
Yeah. Predke in the end chose to play king g7 without taking on h5, which I think makes making the draw probably even easier, because you can take on g6 and then just sort of pass forever. Or even maybe not pass and get the rook over to d6 so that all of the weaknesses are attacked. Yeah, takes.
Pass or not pass.
At the end went bishop e6.
Oops, sorry. What's this? Here.
It's still fine, but
Covers the pawn. Not the first computer line, so we condemn it.
Yeah, we absolutely condemn it unreservedly. But yeah, he's still completely fine though. But probably not winning this game anymore, because that idea we were describing with rook e7, with rook e5 is now being blocked by White's own bishop. In fact, after rook takes a2, I suspect you might have to be precise not to be worse, or is it still basically any piece, any square?
I don't know. Let's try. Nope. This is
and now you are kind of in trouble, yeah. And the way to make the draw, I think, most securely is rook a2, I think rook a5, which is maybe what he is intending. I have a feeling that he just kind of he went looking for a very safe way to play here, and rook a2, rook a5, rook goes somewhere, let's say to b2, and we just take on a3 and go rook a1, and the bishop will get a very nice secure square on c4, meaning that black basically has to return the exchange to make an immediate draw, because with the bishop on c4, black is obviously
you can never win.
Yeah, you're never winning, and this is just an immediate draw, of course. Yeah, but yeah, just a very difficult position to orient yourself in, because I think in order to play it the way the machine would play it, you have to believe you can be better, and that's a very difficult stumbling block there. It just doesn't look like you can be.
Even if you believe it, I think this line, this h4, rook a2 you can get here, but to calculate rook g5, giving this pawn up, and then to evaluate this says, oh yeah, I'm better, even though this a pawn is running down the board. I don't think many humans.
Yeah, and also like
capable of this.
very, very funnily in this position, I thought it's exactly the same, but it's not. If you go rook e7, you no longer have an advantage because king f8 apparently is very strong, giving up on the pawn on h7. Like the entire position is just full of absolutely unfindable computer decisions. Like rook e7 is a mistake compared to rook f1 check. Yeah, all of this is just very, very difficult to reason out. Yeah, rook takes a2 played in the meantime by Sam, and yeah, we'll see now what Etienne wants to do. But bishop e6 does, I think, very heavily hint at rook a5 here.
So what do we have? We started with 8 games. 5 of those games are over. 2 decisive. Is that true? Yeah, no, 3 decisive. Andreikin won with black against Grishuk. Here we are. Vityugov won with black against Hare Krishna. And Vidit beat Shirov with the white pieces.
And quite likely, Anish will also win his game against Tabatabai.
Let's study the groups. We haven't talked much about the groups yet, other than mentioning the group phase. So group 1, Andreikin, Grishuk, Shenklin, Bakro. I think with Andreikin beating Grishuk with black, that makes him the favorite to win this group, no?
That is a very, very good result for the first round. Of course, you're on +1, nobody else won. I mean, there's only one more game, but that game is likely to end in a draw. Yeah, rook a5 played by Etienne, and now after rook b2, he will be forced basically to make the moves that we've described more or less. So yeah, looks like this one is ending. And yeah, +1 with the black pieces beating arguably your main competitor in the group, although
the highest rated at least.
Yeah, highest rated and the most esteemed of all the players in this group in terms of lifelong achievements. But yeah, still 5 rounds to go, of course, and many things can happen. But Andreikin will be very, very happy with his work today.
Then we have the next group with Vityugov, Anish, Hare Krishna, and Tabatabai.
This
one think that Nikita and Anish are the 2 favorites there, and looks like the results from today might bear that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems like it, and it's also going to be the one group with all of the decisive games. And
well, it should be said that Vityugov and Hare Krishna are very close in rating. I factored in that Vityugov won against Hare Krishna.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, will be. I mean, way too early to say it's a 2-horse race, but we will have a very strange situation where after round 1, the 2 players in the group who are in the lead are a full point ahead of everybody else in the group. So yeah, does look like a little bit of a 2-horse race after round 1, which is kind of stupid. Group 3 is the. It's way too small for me. I need to move this to a different screen.
Vidit, Rapport, Fedoseev, and Shirov. Vidit beat Shirov today. Yeah, on paper, Rapport is the favorite, the highest rated. But Vidit or Fedoseev in good form can certainly be dangerous. Shirov has a hole to climb out of after losing the first one. But yeah, that group, it's an exciting group. Like a lot of interesting chess styles in there.
Absolutely. And then we have the group with Shahriar, Yuangi, MVL, and Predke, which very likely will have all 4 games drawn today. So nobody's ahead, nobody's behind. Everything to play for. Yeah, MVL Predke game was, anything but boring, but will end in a draw. Yeah, on paper, the 2 obvious favorites there are Shahriar and MVL, but as we've seen today, no pushovers. Predke is by far, I think, the least known player in the group, but I think the game today should give a very fair indication that, extremely dangerous, by our standards, very young Russian player.
Incredibly young.
Yeah, incredibly young, 28 years of age. Very well prepared, obviously very motivated because it is his first major event. he's not really got any opportunity, I think, to play in any of the sort of high-profile round robins. So obviously very eager to do well, and yeah, almost beat MVL with the black pieces today.
Yeah, let's have a look at possibly the conclusion of this Bakro versus Shankland game.
Yeah.
Rook A5 played. The line we showed was, yeah, this one that is petering out.
Yeah, you can try avoiding it by
start with this.
Yeah, but
not to give up the pawn.
Yeah, the issue is even if you with knight on c2, even if you get, let's say, rook b2 and a2, yeah, here apparently losing for some reason. Rook e5, bishop d7 or something.
e5, a2. What's your trick, Mr. Computer? Oh, white is just
bishop d7 and we're faster. Yeah, we're just giving mate on the f8 square. But a kind of a, I don't know if it's a larger point considering that this is mate in 3, but also if I just completely ignore it with white, let's say if instead of rook e5 I go h3, a2, h3, a2, and then like king h2 here or whatever. Black isn't winning this position anyway.
Same here.
Yeah, why isn't not rook b1, rook takes a2? Yeah, I was wondering for a second there why rook b1 wasn't winning a full rook, but it's not. So even in the absolute best case scenario in these types of positions, you're still not winning with black. So yeah, and rook b2 played, and yeah, allowing a2 in this edition probably is a mistake, but even though apparently it's still possible.
Apparently it's still possible, but with some weird tactics. And clearly he's wanted to find some setup that's humanly safe.
Yeah, rook a3 played immediately. Etienne knows what's up. Etienne knows that he's unlikely to win, so let's just make sure that nothing happens. Yeah, this game is over.
What do you say this is Cimento? I'm trying to learn some new chess vocabulary.
Cimento?
Yeah.
Was not aware this was a thing, but yeah.
I think it's when you have a very safe position, it's Cimento.
Okay. Then it definitely is a Cimento type of position. Yeah, so this one will be agreed drawn in a heartbeat. So there's only two left: the MVL rook ending and the Giri rook and bishop ending, which does look just completely winning, despite him not really generating any immediate threats. You just know that eventually.
It's almost Zugzwang, no? At some point, there's gonna be some rook c8, picking up another pawn or a check on the 7th. Like it's rook a6, you just can't cover all the squares, can you?
Yeah. Black for now sort of found a way not to lose by force, but eventually something will happen, and the moment white generates one threat somewhere, the position.
Even this is just overloading like construction instantly. No, you can't go rook c5 because we give a check. Bishop can't go c6. No, it's just lost.
Yeah, just completely lost. I mean, we'll spend some time trying to find a way to, generate some play, but he knows.
He knew.
Yeah, and is there any way for Predkit to get F and H here?
Like cursing on the show, please, Peter.
Okay.
It's just an H pawn.
Yeah, I did not deserve that. Yeah, I very much appreciate you setting me straight on that on that topic. But yeah, I think the issue here is that if you push the pawn all the way to c2, I play king g2, and you pass, and I play king h2, and then you can win the f pawn, but you cannot actually win the g pawn, and that is just completely and utterly drawn. Like if
is it?
What do you mean? H and F
again. I can win the f pawn. I'm not sure if I can, but you mean giving up the c2 pawn?
Yeah. Like the point I was trying to make is that I will have to stand with the king on the g2 and h2 squares. So I will have to give up the like, let's say, I don't know, king h7. I don't want to play actually g5 is apparently completely. But yeah, what I wanted to say is like king h2 in this position. If you could play like rook g1, rook c2, rook g4, that actually gives you like a practical chance. Like these positions people sometimes lose, but not the position with the g4 pawn against the
okay, got it. No, I thought you were saying that if the f pawn disappears, it's still a draw, which I was questioning.
No,
but
no,
yeah,
no,
of course,
no.
we
But
tried
that wasn't the statement. No, no, no. But what I mean is, yeah, like rook f1, rook c2, rook f4 is just so completely
Yeah.
hopelessly drawn. There's like nothing to talk about at all.
You can blunder the g pawn and still draw, but you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't. Yeah.
No. Maxime is not losing this.
Yeah, Maxime is just not losing this.
First of all, he's an amazing calculator, and I think he's also very strongly cultured in these technical endgames.
Yeah, that's my feeling as well. Yeah. It's a very niche reference there. Nicely done, syllogismos.
Amosuchi is saying F and H. If that's a problem, just say H and F. That could help.
Yeah. But somehow nobody ever does, right? It's
no, it's F and H.
Always and forever has been, yeah, F and H, yeah.
H and M. It's true. Someone says H and F pawn, it sounds completely wrong. No, like
yeah. It's like one of those things. At some point, I encountered this description that basically, if you in the English language, and I assume it's also the same in German, and probably even in Russian, but I just don't want to think about it. But like, if you make a very, very long description of an object, like you have a table, and this table has, qualities, and you list
a wooden table.
Yeah, you list it in a long row of qualities. Mm-hmm. And the qualities always go in the same order. Like, let's say,
it's a massive wooden table or a wooden.
Yeah, exactly. Like size goes before material, and material goes before color, and basically all of us instinctively recognize this, and nobody ever puts it in the wrong order. But nobody actually ever learned the order. You just kind of instinctively know that this thing goes before that thing. And language is weird, is my point.
So what's the order? It's a massive brown wooden table, yeah. Like, so it's size, color, material.
Yeah. Also, provenance comes into it, and like if it's if it comes from France, French goes in there somewhere, and it goes in a very specific place. And yeah, it's somehow your brain processes it without.
Massive brown wooden French table.
Yeah, opinion, size, age, shape, color, origin, material, purpose.
Wow.
Says G-Bell, and it sounds about right, yeah.
So French wooden table. French wooden coffee table.
Yeah. Although, yeah, let's not get too bogged down in this, because I'm not trying to construct a sentence which would break the order suggested.
Yeah, no, to me also there are different things that are starting to sound right. So I was on board with your initial theory, but now I'm thinking a wooden French coffee table doesn't sound wrong either.
Yeah, but maybe this is how it's supposed to sound.
Maybe a French wooden coffee table was wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, moving ever so swiftly on. What's going on? Is it? Yeah, the Bacro game has been drawn in the meantime, as we've expected. Amin is still thinking, but probably just kind of, dabda. Mostly dabda at this point.
What does dabda stand for?
Nobody knows. It's a mystery.
I do know.
It's a mystery.
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. At this point, Chet will tell us that dabda has been refuted a long time ago, but I can't remember another 5 letters. So it will always be dabda. He's currently in the second D.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Acceptance would be resigning, and he spent too much time for.
the thing that happened there was basically I forgot we were talking about the Tabatabai game, and I thought you were asking me like a more general question, and I also agreed with your assessment.
Excellent.
You were not wrong. It definitely is the second D. Why is white winning so much here, asks Legend 27, who then for some reason chose to put more numbers after the already perfect username. Because eventually something breaks down and white gives a check and gets to play g5, g6, or gets to play king h5, g6 after giving a check on the 7th, or moves the bishop away from h6 and puts it on, like, I don't know, some better square. So...
Okay, 6 just picks up a pawn that will always, because, yeah, can't cover everything sooner or later.
Yeah, I know this is why there are numbers after Legend 27, but I did want to remark that it was a perfect username, which was...
Since I have no idea what you're talking about, my first two suspects are always either cricket or Hearthstone reference. Which one of the two is
it? It's a general, I think, video game reference.
General gaming. Okay,
yeah.
Well, it's like number 5 on my checklist. General Twitch lingo.
Legend 27. Yeah, White's king is very boxed in, but it's also very safe and much more active than the Black king, and Black has absolutely no active plans whatsoever. So yeah, eventually you just crumble under the pressure of trying to keep the queen side.
The rook just has to keep staring at this because g6 wins instantly. King can't move. Pawns aren't going anywhere. But yeah, let's show a winning line instead of holding. Blah, blah, bloop. We take... You keep waiting. We give check. We free bishop. We might move. We go here. We checkmate. That's just long term, no defense to white, picking up another pawn and giving a check on the 7th. Anish. Did Anish partake in the first Grand Prix? My memory is so horrible.
No, I think he starts from this one. Very sure he didn't play in the first one.
Then he's still in with a shot, yeah?
Yeah,
all he has to do is win this one.
Yeah.
And the next one.
Yeah, needs to either win one and do well in the other, or do extremely well in both without winning. Like a semi and a losing final gets you to 17 points, which doesn't guarantee anything, but I think gives you very, very good chances. That obviously is 2 extremely good results, but it was always going to take 2 extremely good results.
So basically, the further you make it in the tournament, the better your chances of qualification are.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And Amin finally made a move allowing rook a7 check. So I assume now he probably is losing by force somehow.
Did he make a move? It's not on my screen yet.
Yeah, weird, because I'm also watching the...
Oh yeah, on the... early.
Yeah, bishop c3, yeah, and weirdly rook a7 check doesn't actually win immediately, but you don't have to. Yeah, I thought maybe rook a7, king g8, king g6 might be, and then get the king over to f5 and then make progress. But apparently this doesn't actually... I mean, it continues being winning, it just doesn't win by force. It doesn't
go back.
Yeah, it doesn't speed up your victory. But something like bishop f8, just improving the position of your pieces first. And
but that is less straightforward than I made it sound, because I was assuming that whenever we can give a check, it's just game over instantly. But apparently it's not.
No, it's yeah, you still have to make moves, but you're very much helped by the recognition of the fact that Black still has absolutely no counterplay. Like there's nothing you have to pay particular attention to here. You can just slowly improve your pieces, very safe in the knowledge that Black will continue waiting.
So speaking of continue waiting, why doesn't this board update?
Yeah, it's something weird is happening with our Fijian importer, I guess, because yeah, Bishop c3 has been played on, judging by other sources.
This Dodgy chess saying Ding hasn't got anywhere in the tournament. He has a great chance of qualifying. What's the road for Ding? Hikaru qualifying and then deciding I want a trial by combat and I nominate Ding Liren, or how does this work?
Yeah, like I'm curious. Yeah, there does not seem to be like any kind of a realistic path to victory.
In general, half serious question: if a player decides not to play or is not allowed to play, how does he get
his spot gets,
is it by rating or?
No, I think there's actually been an answer by one of the official accounts on this on Twitter when people once again floated this whole topic of Hikaru qualifying and then saying, nah, not interested. And I think it was, somebody did reply with the order of replacements. I think it's by rating.
So that would mean Ding would be in.
Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, because I think somehow the other some other name ended up being the answer, so it maybe wasn't by rating. Maybe it was like the third
Magnus
from Grand Swiss or whatever. Yeah, like something surprising.
Why can't Magnus play?
Jake says by rating minimum 30 games. Rating plus activity, which you know these days actually is a very relevant.
Ding hasn't played much, huh?
Yeah. This is why he doesn't get in. Yeah, because I remember that even in that scenario, it wasn't actually Ding, which was sort of adding insult to injury.
But Ding could probably, if it comes to that, play a tournament in China and get to the number of games needed. No, like assuming he keeps his rating, of course.
Say again?
Ding could play a tournament in China and get to the number of games. No, like
probably, yeah. I don't know how many. I don't know how many games. How many games he would need, because he was sort of he needed to play that match against Lu Shanglei to even get to play in these things. And by the time the candidates rolls on, I assume some more of his games become, drop out and he becomes inactive again. So maybe it's like one short match, or maybe he has to play a
Is he playing Chinese League? That's a lot of games.
Yeah, that generally is a lot of games if you want.
The Redeemer is saying no one can get to China. Planes can't fly that far anymore. We would have to double check that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun topics to debate around that, I guess, once we're nearing the end of this third Grand Prix. And yeah, having Hikaru go far, and then the narrative, if he wants to play or if he wants to choose his replacement or have FIDE choose his replacement, it's gonna be good either way. Levon obviously also in with a great shot and someone I would love to see in the candidates.
Yeah.
Who else do we want? Obviously, we're rooting for all the players, and they're all fantastic chess players. Anish, Prishuk. Who are the highest rated here? Mamedyarov, Rapport.
Yeah, MVL obviously.
Well, it's the usual suspects if we look at the rating list.
Absolutely.
I, of course, always root for Anish. This is the, I guess, rating leaderboard. Wesley is also in there. Wesley didn't make the semifinals last time because he lost the last game or something. It looked like he was going through.
Yeah, he didn't lose, but Linier won, and then Linier beat him in the tie breaks, right? He was on +2 before the last round. He made a draw. Linier beat somebody in the last round. They played a tiebreak on +2,
right.
And Linier won that tiebreak in a very exciting game with the white pieces. And Wesley looked absolutely nailed on to qualify at some point. He was kind of dominating the group, but Linier staged a late rally. Yeah. Anish correctly still thinking about the best way to proceed here, because there's no reason to rush any decisions. Yeah.
Come on, Anish. Some people might have dinner plans, want to go to the gym, and have to watch 7-8 more episodes of The Office before falling asleep somewhere in season 7. Make a move.
Yes. We are very much team make a move.
What's the time control? He does have 15 minutes. They do get extra time on move 60 as well, or no, it's just 30 moves. 30 minutes extra plus 30 seconds. Let me find out. Actually, can't find out. Players receive 90 minutes for 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes till the end of the game, plus a 30-second increment.
Yeah, I think it's sort of the classical FIDE time control, right? The one we played the Olympiads.
Good old FIDE time control.
Yeah.
Jake Lone saying Office UK or US. There's only 2 seasons of Office UK. I do love The Office UK, but
what's your opinion on Ricky Gervais, the man, the legend?
I checked out on Ricky Gervais at some point. I'm not sure what the turning point was. I love The Office. I do enjoy the Golden Globes roasting, and I liked some of the stand-up as well. I was never that big on extras on this new show, which some people are adoring. What's it called again? The Netflix show? Afterlife? Yeah, I think it's called Afterlife.
Yep.
I was not so big on, like, the premise seemed strange to me, this grief combined with a lot of punchlines. I couldn't really feel the tone, and I think it also got weaker. I've watched quite a bit of it. And yeah, the persona, I don't know. I don't have very strong feelings. Sometimes I find him obnoxious. Sometimes I find him witty. Not a very strong take. What about you?
Yeah, it's kind of weird because, like, I feel like he is right much more often than he is wrong.
Yeah.
But you still, like, at least I find it very, very, very difficult to stomach him in his current iteration. Like, it's just, I don't, something is just not quite right for me. It's sort of, he's more annoying than he should be, considering that I agree with most of his points. So yeah, kind of a weird spot of, like, you know, the famous picture of, you know, the worst man I know has made a great point. He's definitely not the worst man I know, but it's a little bit of that emotion.
No, I agree. I think you phrased it nicely. I'm normally on the same side, but I still get annoyed by his persona.
Yeah,
way more often than his actual positions would annoy me. Also, what does he do all day? He's probably too rich to do stuff. That's my new theory.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
He doesn't have new material because he has too much money. In the meantime,
yeah, MVL found MVL found a very clean draw.
Yes.
He just puts the king on f5 and makes a draw.
Here, this looks like the only way to continue the game, but now this pawn is hanging. After rook c1, rook c7, you start wondering about how do I make a draw with black here?
yeah, it's probably unnecessary to get it to this point. Yeah.
So you just
and the game
take
continues.
here, go through the motions, but the game will be over soon.
Yeah, he played c3, c2, and on my other screen, the broadcast says that after king g5, c3, king f5, c2, MVL played king e4, but he did not play king e4. It's one of those cases where the act of putting the kings in the center of the board resulted in the board registering an additional move. So I'm pretty sure
the game is over yet?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game actually is just over, yeah. So we only have the Anish game running.
Come on, Anish. Is this the current position? I'm not sure which live board to trust anymore.
Yeah, we're having. I think he played. Yeah, my other board is saying rook c8, bishop d4. No, sorry, bishop f8, bishop f8, bishop d4, rook c8, which looks logical.
We will trust your other board then.
Yeah, sort of slowly but surely
closer.
We are making progress, and as white here. And suddenly a wild Anish draw joke appeared in the Twitch chat. During a game which, he played really, really well, and at no point chickened out, and at no point played for a draw. You still get them.
Yeah, but defending Anish for not being the Drawmeister general feels so 2016 at this point. It's fairly well established. He's not the Drawmeister general.
Yeah.
He's a heck of a player.
And the winning plan here, I've consists basically, like, the threat right now is not even rook takes c6, even though that is useful. The threat is to go rook c7, check king g, let's say a4 here, or whatever. Yeah, let's say rook c7, check king g8, bishop e7, and we are threatening king. We've taken away all the squares from which black can check the king on g6, and we're threatening to play king g6. And if the king gets to g6, the game just ends. So yeah, that's the way to describe what white is doing, I think, in human terms.
What else is there?
Yeah, I was about to ask you the same thing. So apart from the office, what else are you occupying your attention these days?
I don't know. I'm doing a lot of streaming in German. I got very addicted to a game called Vampire Survivors.
I've seen people play that. Yeah, is it that good?
I'm not sure if good is the term, but it's highly addictive. So I recommend that you do not start playing Vampire Survivors.
Is that some kind of tower defense as well, or?
Kind of, but not really. You're just one guy. It has roguelike elements, and you upgrade your weapons, and you try to survive against these undead beings trying to kill you. It's not very skill-based because the weapons shoot automatically. So yeah, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, sounds like my kind of game.
That's pretty much what's happening in my world. Kids are good. I stream chess or Vampire Survivors, doing chess commentary.
How have I not caught any of your Vampire Survivor streams, I wonder?
That's just rude.
It is very rude, yeah.
Parents-in-law are here. I
Hmm.
went to the, what do you call this? The place where you dispose garbage. In German, it's Recyclinghof.
As a kind of a sightseeing trip, or like, what do you mean you went to?
You take a car and you go there, and then you have to throw all your stuff in different boxes, like metal, wood, plastic. Because we had this storm here, and my fence was blown away.
Whoa.
So the fence got destroyed. It was all over the garden. So today we had to dispose it in the Recyclinghof.
Okay. That sounds very dramatic.
I'm doing fun stuff.
That does sound like fun stuff, yeah.
The chain from my electric bike dropped out, and I've been too lazy to drive the bike to the bike store because I can't ride it anymore. So yeah, I'm having all kinds of troubles.
So it's an electric bike, meaning that if the electric components kind of fail, you can't use it as a bike, or?
No, I could use it as a bike, but it's not an electric component that failed, but it's this chain that makes, I guess, it makes stuff turn. It was also during the storm. The storm was stormy. Rook d8. But yeah, other than that, on a serious note, obviously, trying to keep up with what's happening in the world. And then I asked myself, how many hours of news checking and CNN and whatnot are, helpful. So yeah, it's a weird feeling. Rook d8 played.
Yeah, Rook a7, Bishop b7. I'm guessing Anish is just making sure he doesn't blunder some kind of c5, c4 somewhere, but it just doesn't help. And the thing is, you can even allow black to have a protected passer on, like, not protected, but like you can allow black to put the rook on c8 and start pushing the c-pawn, and you're still winning very, very comfortably. For instance, like rook a7 check, king g8, rook bishop b7, rook c8. In this position, you can actually, and perhaps it's maybe even the fastest way to win after rook c8, you can go bishop f6. And the point is, takes c4, king g6. White is actually one tempo ahead. King g6, c3, rook g7, rook h7, and the pawn doesn't actually get to c2, c1. So yeah, Anish will win from here. We kind of know this. We're just waiting for the game to conclude, but we do know that he is not going to let this go. And if c5, c4 here, obviously we're not trading the rooks. We are playing rook c7 and then winning very comfortably in any number of ways.
C5, c4, where? Which position after bishop e7?
Now c5. I mean, you can play c4 here, but yeah.
We take the rook.
Bishop a7.
Sorry.
Probably still winning, but completely unnecessary. Yeah, rook c7 is just so much simpler.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and Amin is back to basically playing on increment now, but it really is like you could give him 2 hours here and the result would still be in absolutely no doubt. So yeah, a very kind of a nice mixture of results today. One group with no decisive games, one group, this group actually, the one we're just finishing up with this game, with both games being decisive, and 2 groups where there is a leader and a non-leader and 2 people in between. A follower.
Yeah.
Does your vampire game have followers?
Followers?
Like, It's just a single player. There's like no group element to it whatsoever. Like here.
I don't think so. No. But I'm not sure how many more hours. Nah, that's a lie. I could play this vampire game forever, but it's only 3 levels, and once you've cleared all the stages, it does get somewhat repetitive, I would guess. But it's very satisfactory to kill countless hordes of undead creatures.
Yeah, I can imagine that being the case. Yeah, Anish does not go with the prescribed solution of bishop f6, but he will still win very, very comfortably after king g6 here.
Such a putzer, does not play first move. Again.
Yeah.
Matizal is saying, is this instead of talking to the in-laws? No, this usually happens once the in-laws are asleep. But you could argue that my sleeping schedules and the in-law schedules aren't exactly lined up.
Yep.
This is just over. C3, we can take.
We can even take, yeah, and go bishop a3 and
stop.
Yeah.
And if bishop moves, there's still bishop f6.
Yeah, you can always go back to that plan.
I guess this race we also win, yeah. h5, c3, h6, c2. But yeah, this
feels unnecessary.
No need
it feels like you're winning, but yeah, there's absolutely no reason to allow this when bishop f6 wins very, very comfortably.
Bishop h8 plate.
Yeah, that's a kind of a
with a tempo with our h pawn. This we should probably go for. This is mate.
It's a clever point by Amin though, because now bishop f6 c3 actually maybe makes the game slightly less clear. I mean, in the current position without h5, h6.
Yeah, let me just show the win. Still in time. It's maybe slightly counterintuitive because the pawn is on c2, supported by the rook, so it looks like it's queening, but it is not.
It is not, no.
Or, of course, king f8. We can queen ourselves with checkmate.
Yep.
Fancy.
Fancy. How do you stop h5, h6, h7 mate? Asks Professor Bambetti. You actually kind of don't.
Well, you move the bishop again, but then this bishop f6 mechanism is a bummer.
So is it winning in the other order? If I go bishop f6 now, allow c3, and play h5, h6, then that doesn't win,
Which
right?
position here? Bishop f6?
No,
c3?
no, without, this actually loses, yeah.
Here the c pawn runs.
Oh, no.
Here we're still winning with rook h7.
Rook h7 is still winning, yeah, kind of annoyingly for black, so we haven't actually stopped that idea.
It's actually the same position here, just a bit of order. And Anish goes bishop f6. Probably spotted.
Yeah, he will have to play rook h7 because I suspect other moves might not be winning by that point, but it's not a difficult move to spot.
It's not rocket science.
Yeah, this is about to be done. c3 played. Rook h7, the only winning move, but really only the only move you ever make anyway. And then black is completely helpless.
Bishop f6 plate. gf just ends proceedings. c2 f7 picks up the rook. Any other move, f7, rook h8 also wins. Rook c6 stops that.
Yeah, but then we go rook anywhere, force the rook back, and then we go rook g7, rook h7.
Go for this operation, making it checks. And here, black is forced to lose a tempo to parry this checkmate. So no way out.
Yeah, nicely played by Anish. Showed an interesting new idea in the opening, got a slight advantage, and then basically, I have a feeling Amin probably misplayed it quite a bit, somewhere between moves, I don't know, 20 and 25, but was very nicely exploited by Anish. We looked away for about half an hour from this game, thinking it's playable for black, and when we returned, Anish was completely winning. Yeah, he never let go of that advantage. I'm just checking briefly.
Sequence is being blitzed out. So after King F8, Rook H7, I guess he will resign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engine actually says, in as much as I can tell, that he was sort of reasonably better the whole way through. I thought it was going to say that black was completely fine somewhere around that position where he played a 4, but in fact the engine just very much dislikes it for black already, and we kind of undersold just how unpleasant it was. Yeah, somewhere around move 20-ish, maybe even earlier, move 18. Yeah, I thought this wasn't that bad. I thought, yeah, clearly white is a bit better, but nothing dramatic. But the engine kind of really hates it, and continues hating it, even though maybe some of the choices Anish made were not the first choice. But just played very logically, very solidly, and when the time to pounce kind of came, he pounced very efficiently.
And there was never a moment where he wasn't much better in the game. So overall, just dominant victory.
Yeah, just
for
very
Anish.
efficient. Yeah,
good stuff. And that means all 8 games are finished. Here we see the results again. 4 decisive games, which is roughly 50% of the 8 games played. Pretty good quote there. We will have in total 6 rounds of these games, so 5 left of the group stages, and after that we will have the semifinals and finals. Peter will be here for most of it, or I think you'll be here for all of it, actually.
I mean, as planning currently stands, yeah, I will be here for most of it, and you will be here for all of it, and you will be here for most of it, right? I just wanted to briefly check, because there was a kind of a weird schedule in terms of rest days for the first leg, so I just wanted to see. So we have, yeah, it's
Saturday is the first rest day, as far as
it's exactly the same. It's for some reason 4 rounds and then a rest day, and then 2 rounds, and then I'm guessing a day for tie breaks if there are tie breaks from the groups, and then they play semis and the finals. I think with the rest day to split them. Yeah, there they are. Thank you, Sotiris. It's the 4+2 in the pool stages, which looks slightly odd, but I think they're trying to maximize weekends, which does make sense.
Wait, isn't there a?
Yeah, that actually doesn't mean that. It's not weekends. It's I think they're trying to space out the rest days so they like specifically the rest days are equidistant from each other in as much as it's possible. I think that was the reason that I heard. But yeah, 4+2 in a 4 people double round robin does look a bit odd, but as long as they're consistent, it's fine, I guess.
All right, that brings us to the end of the show. Thanks to everybody for watching. Also, yeah, I've been reading the chats as well as I could. Thanks for keeping those as civil as we could. It's obviously tricky times to do chess commentary. Yeah, what else is there to say? We'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. If you want to support the show and the site and improve your chess, check out chess24.com. Have a look at all the video series there. With the code Grand Prix 2022, you can get 40% off my new video series with Peter Heinrichsen and Laurent Frassinet on the World Championship match 2021. The Inside Scoop is coming in the next week, but there's a lot of good stuff out there right now by Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Mark Voretsky, Artur Yusupov, Robin van Foreest. Robin van Foreest? That's not right. Robin van Kampen. There's no Jorn van Foreest series. And so on and so forth. Have a look at good old chess24.com. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.